from St. Louis. Welcome to Baseball Night in America as the Giants and Cardinals get ready to play Game 2 of this weekend series. After the Giants won the opener last night and a ton of action late. Cardinals took the lead in the bottom of the 7th on a home run from Dexter Fowler, but then the Giants got 1 in the 8th and got 2 in the 9th to win it on this double from Eduardo Nunez off of Soonwon Oh. Mark Melanson off of the disabled list, back into the closer's role, got the save by getting Fowler to bounce into a double play. So that was last night. Now we get you ready here for Game 2. Welcome inside. Joe Davis with A.J. Pierzynski. St. Louis started this season 3-9, but they've had the best record in the National League since then. A lot of it has had to do with the starting pitching. Today they get a piece back in that lineup. Piscotty off the DL.
Oh, Piscotty's a huge piece for them. He breaks up Fowler and Carpenter at the top of the order. The top of the order Cardinals order has struggled all year. Piscotty brings a presence, lengthens a lineup, and he also was second in the National League last year hitting and runners in scoring position. It's a huge addition, but in order to get an addition, you have to subtract somebody.
And so they made a move. Matt Adams is traded to the Braves for a minor league prospect.
And I love Matt Adams. I played with Matt Adams in 14 when I was a Cardinal. This guy gets big hits for you. It's a great move for him. He's able to go to the Braves, replace Freddie Freeman, who's out for up to 2 months. He'll get to play every day. He'll get his bat back in the lineup, and who knows, this could turn into something where he gets traded to a contender.
Flip script now to the Giants. They got off to a dreadful start, but have won 6 of 7, playing their best baseball of the season, and it's corresponded with Buster Posey getting hot.
Well, he's their best player. He's a Hall of Fame catcher. He's a Hall of Fame player. Buster Posey made some adjustments that we'll get into as the game goes along, but now he's hitting. But they need guys in front of him to get on base. This guy's got 11 RBIs, and we're May 20th here, so he needs to get hot. The guys in front of him get hot. They got Span and Crawford back, which will help, but Buster Posey's the man that drives the machine, and when he goes, the Giants go.
Yeah, 7 home runs, but just 11 RBIs, a ton of solo shots for this Giants offense. Trying to get things going. We've got Game 2 between the Giants and the Cardinals from Busch Stadium coming up. Last night's game was delayed by a little bit because of some rain. There is a chance of rain tonight, but nothing in the picture right now. 79 degrees, pretty humid, pretty typical for this time of year in St. Louis as the Cardinals and Giants get ready to face off in game 2. And here's the Giants lineup coming to the plate. Denard Span to lead things off, and since he's been injected in off of the DL, it's really helped this group. And Panic and Belt in the middle. It's Posey, Crawford, and Nunez with a rookie Arroyo and Williamson in front of Samardzija. And they face off with a 25-year-old out of the Dominican Republic, Carlos Martinez.
This guy has as good a stuff as anybody in the game. His whole key is to stay in rhythm, stay in tempo, go through home plate. If he can get his changeup and his slider over along with the sinker, he induces a lot of ground balls. This guy is as good as can be as long as he stays within himself and doesn't get too high or too low.
He's won 3 straight, most recently against the Cubs on Saturday. 4 consecutive quality starts for him. So Span climbs in, and off we go with ball 1 from Martinez.
A key for Martinez, if you watch him, you see that pitch right there, the first pitch of the game, up and away. He has to pitch down, he has to pitch low in the zone and get ground balls.
There's a strike. He and the starting staff for the Cardinals has been key as they've gone 18-9 since that 3-9 start. Even with the 3-game losing streak the Cardinals currently have, they have the best record in the National League over the last month. Through the back door, strike 2.
There you see the curveball. It's a pitch for him that is kind of a work in progress. When he first came up, he was mostly fastball changeup, and Yachty went to this pitch when I played here with the Cardinals in 14, saying, hey, this is a pitch he needs to learn to control to be a starter. And as he's grown older, he's gotten better and better at putting it both backdoor and back foot to a left-handed hitter.
Span gets it off the end of the bat. This will be an easy play for Jen Jerko, the game's first out. Well, the Cardinals defense a year ago is one of the biggest issues as they missed the postseason for the first time in 6 years. They tried to address it by getting Dexter Fowler to play center. And then the other thing is some more continuity in the infield with Long playing second every day and Diaz settling in his second year at short.
They've gotten better. Diaz has made huge strides from where he was last year to this year. Defensively, especially with his range. Not only his range has gotten better, his throwing has gotten better, and his fielding has gone way up.
Joe Panic looks at strike 1. Although defense kind of reared its ugly head for the Cardinals in game 1 last night. It was an error on Jerko at third that opened the door for the Giants to rally late. Giants scored all 6 runs over the final 3 innings of that game. A 6-5 win, and have now won 6 of their last 7.
Both these teams have been playing really well the last, obviously the Cardinals for May and the Giants in the last 10 days.
Bannon gets under it. Fowler in center, 2 up, 2 down. So up comes Brandon Belt. Part of this Giants offense, second last in the majors, scoring only 3.5 runs per game. Part of that is the ballpark that they play in, but they've been playing in that ballpark a while, and
it didn't affect Barry Bonds when Barry Bonds played in that ballpark. He could hit it out of anywhere.
Belt swings at the first one, strike 1.
It's interesting that right now, though, Martinez is throwing, you saw the first 2 hitters. He went fastball early in the count to Span, and then he went right to the off-speed curveball and then a changeup to get him to pop up. Then with Panic, he threw him 2 changeups to start and then a fastball. You see Belt aggressive on the first 2 fastballs he sees. Both these teams are super aggressive early in the count, and you see Yachty trying to make early adjustments to that by throwing a lot of changeups, throwing a lot of breaking balls, just to try to get Martinez to settle down, find his rhythm, and stay in the game early.
Martinez trying to work a 1-2-3 first inning. Belt flies one into center, and 3 balls in the air for the 1-2-3 first for Carlos Martinez on only 9 pitches. Jeff Samardzija will take the mound for the Giants when you come back. first time against Jeff Samardzija. Here is their starting lineup with Dexter Fowler at the top. Stephen Piscotty plugged right into the 2 spot, fresh off of the disabled list. Then Carpenter hitting third. Jerko moved into the cleanup role early on this month. Molina and Wong, Grichuk and Diaz in front of Carlos Martinez. Jeff Samardzija got off to a rough start this year. The Giants were 0-4 through his first 4 starts, but they've gone 3-1 in his last 4.
And the difference for Jeff Samardzija is he hasn't given up the 3-run homer. Talking to him before the game in the locker room, he said, you know, I didn't pitch as bad as my number said the first 4 starts, but I always found a wrong time to give up a 3-run homer. And he's corrected that. He's made some adjustments. He's also started throwing a slower breaking ball than just the cutter and split. And if he does that and keeps the ball in the yard, he should have a good day.
Goes to work against Dexter Fowler. And Samardzija's first pitch of the day is in there for strike 1. Fowler, the big signing this offseason for St. Louis. 5 years, more than $80 million after the World Championship with the Cubs last year. That's inside, and it's 1-1. Got off to a dreadful start. In fact, through his first 14 games, still didn't have a homer, still didn't have an RBI. And then in a 2-1 win against Garrett Cole and the Pirates, hit 2 solo home runs and has been pretty good since. On this 1-1, Fowler swings and misses and falls behind.
It's going to be different for Dexter Fowler. He went from wearing Cub blue to Cardinal red. I've never changed teams directly in a rivalry like that, but he won the World Series last year with the Cubs, and then to come over here to the Cardinals, their arch nemesis, it had to take him a little time to adjust and just to get used to it.
Takes off 2-2. He set from the other side. He noticed that it didn't look like the Cardinals had a ton of fun. They were taking things too seriously, and he's tried to inject a little more fun, a little more boyish attitude into the game and into this Cardinals clubhouse.
Well, you see Mike Matheny, as you know, talking to him, he's very serious, and this whole organization is. They're very good about, yes, we're a good organization, we do things the right way, but Mike is very straightforward, and you don't see Mike smile a whole lot. And Mike is one of the greatest people you ever meet in your life, but at the same time, he said it today, he's very stale. But the rest of these guys have fun, and Dexter Fowler's brought music into the locker room, and I know playing here.
Cracks his bat on a little pop fly into short right center, sinking in a hurry, and Crawford goes out to take it away.
Wow, what a play, Brandon Crawford. Going away from the infield. Watch this. You see Brandon Crawford. He's on the other side of second base. Look how far he has to go. You see Panic's not going to get there. You see Span's not going to get there. The only guy who could get there is Brandon Crawford. And to catch that ball over your shoulder, full speed running away, his hair didn't even get in the way. Look at that. The hair, the divot, nothing stopped him.
Old Glover gets Samardzija the first out of the game.
That's a good way to get your first out. It gets the defense involved. It makes the pitcher calm down. It's a big play.
And it brings up Stephen Piscotty, who has missed the last 2 weeks with a hamstring injury. And Mike Matheny throwing him right into the fire, hitting second. Strike 1.
Why not?
Yeah.
He said he feels good. He said he's ready to go. He banged his knee on the wall, I think, in rehab, so he got slowed down a couple days, but he was ready to go. And what do they do if you have Stephen Piscotty? Throw him right in the middle of the lineup in the 2-hole.
Grounds one off of the handle to Crawford at short. 2 out. And it brings up Matt Carpenter. To really get a good feel for the value that Carpenter's brought this team this year, you have to look beyond that batting average. He has the #1 walk rate in baseball, while at the same time leading this team in hard hit rate, leading this team in home runs, and is really putting together a special combination of skills.
He's a unique hitter in the fact that he takes a lot of pitches, but yet he doesn't strike out a ton. He walks a ton, and he still has power. His eye is off the charts. He hardly ever swings at the first pitch except for the runners in scoring position. Every once in a while he'll ambush a guy just to let people know that, yes, I will swing at the first pitch. But this guy has, like you said, a unique skill set. If this guy could run, he'd really be special, because then he could steal bases. But one thing Matt Carpenter isn't known for is his foot speed.
Yeah, doesn't run real well. Waits on this 0-1 from Samardzija. And it bounces by him, 1-1. Some guys, you were talking about his ability to take pitches, and you see that one there. buzzes past his toes. Some guys just look good taking pitches. He didn't even move.
No, he's like he saw it straight out of Jeff's hand, Samardzija's hand. He never flinched. He never moved. It was almost like he was on auto take, which he does a lot on the first pitch, but that was the second pitch, 0-1. He didn't flinch, didn't move. It was just like, ho-hum, I know this is a ball right away.
Takes this one, moves ahead 2-1.
He's just so relaxed. You see him put the bat on his shoulder. You see him kind of have that little lean back. The whole rhythm. He just has such a good rhythm and tempo when he's hitting. It leads to him looking. He looks hitterish. Like certain guys look hitterish. Matt Carpenter looks hitterish when he stands in there. Like, oh man, I'm going to do damage on whatever pitch you throw me.
Cuts one in, 2-2.
Here you see, look, he doesn't even flinch. Now, if I'm hitting right there, I'm flinching. Vic Carapazza, he flinched when I hit him in the shin, but he doesn't even move his back foot. He knew right out of his hand that that ball is not going to hit me. I don't even have to move my feet. Meanwhile, I would have been jumping and screaming, please don't hit me in the shin.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Back comes Samardzija. A little bit low, and another impressive take from Carpenter.
That's a pitch that most hitters swing at, especially with 2 strikes. A pitch that starts away and cuts back to the middle of the plate. Most guys are letting it go on that. And again, Carpenter doesn't even flinch on that ball. He just kind of watches it all the way into Posey's mitt and goes on to the next pitch. And surprise, Matt Carpenter's hitting 3-2 in the count.
And strikes out swinging on an off-speed pitch. Samardzija goes to the splitter to finish him off. Buster Posey to lead off his scoreless second inning on the other side of this break. Sprint works for me. Back in St. Louis, no score. On to the second inning. Joe Davis, A.J. Brzezinski, and Buster Posey to lead off this inning against Carlos Martinez, who delivers a fastball for strike 1. And Posey is off to one heck of a start, especially over the last 10 days. 5 of those 7 home runs coming in the last 10 games. It's inside, it's 1-1. The problem is nobody's been on when he's been hitting them.
All 7 home runs are solo home runs for Buster this year. You see only 11 RBIs. I think right now he's on pace for 26 home runs and 40 RBIs, which career high in home runs and not a career high in RBIs.
The bouncing ball to third, picked up by Jerko, throws him out. That brings us to our Lincoln Motor Company keys to the game.
Well, first of all, for the Giants, get him on for Posey. He obviously hit with no one on base right there, but they have to get guys on base for him. But the way he's swinging the bat, get guys on base. And then for St. Louis, it's the rhythm. Carlos Martinez, as we all call him, Tsunami. he likes to dance. He likes to get into a rhythm. He likes to have fun. And on the pitcher's mound, he's got to stay focused. He's got to stay going towards home plate, not fall off the first base. And when he does that, he's as good as anybody.
That was Mike Matheny's thing as well. And talking about Carlos Martinez pregame today, he said when he gets up here, put his hand up above his head, and things are going well, he is a ton of fun to watch. And gets strike one on Brandon Crawford. It's just when things get down, he tends to dip too far down, rides that roller coaster. They want him to stay a little bit steadier.
He is one of the best and happiest guys you'll ever meet when he's going good. But everybody, we're a competitor, and when we go down with Carlos, you have to try to get him back up. And I think Yachty does a great job of keeping him kind of level. I know when I came over here, Carlos was a young kid, and we had a lot of talks about him and how to handle him, and it was always like, get on him, get on him, get on him. And sometimes Carlos just needs a pat on the back like, hey, man, you throw 98 miles an hour. Let's just throw that and not try to throw it 102 miles an hour.
That's a ball on Crawford. He got a bit of a pat on the back this offseason when he signed a long-term extension. 5 years, $51 million. Team options through his age 31 year. So Carlos got what he's always dreamed of, and that is long-term security. Crawford can't lay off. Here he has his first strikeout of the game.
Change up here to Crawford. The pitch we talked about that was always been his ultimate weapon. You see it change up, you see the grip, you see him turn it over, you see the kind of the side spin, you see it go down. You just can't lay off it. After 95, 96 up, it comes out of the same exact arm angle. Crawford can't stop. First strikeout for Martinez.
He's retired the first 5, and it's last night's hero, Eduardo Nunez now.
Nunez is a good mood. You see him give some love to Martinez there, give him a, hey, what's going on?
Savvy.
Yeah, that's also so, hey, relaxes the pitcher a little bit. You're like, hey, we're buddies. Remember, throw me a first pitch heater. And you see Nunez go after the first pitch, trying to jump on him after saying, hey, Carlos, hey, we're buddies. You know, we're pals.
Right, soften him up.
Lay one in there for me.
That's a strike at 0-2. That ever work for you?
No. Usually they hit me the next pitch as soon as I did that. So.
Got in on him. It's out of play. And
I was hoping that'd be our
again.
first one, Joe.
No, not close.
I was hoping. Don't worry, you'll catch it. I'll knock it down, you'll catch it.
Fair. 5 up and 5 down for Martinez, who brings an 0-2 to Nunez. And a slider with a ton of break to it, fouled off. We'll do it again.
That's kind of the side-to-side slider that Carlos throws instead of the more up-to-down traditional curveball. That's kind of when he gets a little bit around it. Obviously, 0-2, you don't want to throw a pitch down the middle of the plate, but he's trying to get a slider in the dirt, and he just kind of got around it a little bit.
A fly ball back of second that Colton Wong settles under. That's a 12-pitch inning for Carlos Martinez, needing only 22 to execute 1-2-3 in the first and the second. Sponsored by Budweiser, proudly brewed across America. This Bud's for you. Back in St. Louis, no score to the bottom of the second inning. And Jed Jerko to lead off this frame against Jeff Samardzija. Ground ball to third for Christian Arroyo. One pitch, one out. So Samardzija's retired the first four that he's faced, and up comes Yadier Molina.
We talked about Posey being the heart and soul of the Giants. This guy right here is the heart and soul of the Cardinals. Having been fortunate enough to play with him for 3 months and go to the postseason with him and see the way he goes about his business, it was impressive. It was a special thing to call Yadi a teammate and someone that I respect the heck out of.
They rewarded him with a 3-year, $60 million extension, a record for a catcher.
I know, I never got one of those. I don't know why.
You never picked one of those up?
No, I kept looking for him and I couldn't find one.
Maybe they had the address wrong in the check or something.
I think it got lost in the email somewhere along the way.
Right. Quickly 0-2.
That was the slow curveball that we had talked about, the slower breaking ball from Samardzija to get from 0-2. And it's always a tough spot when the guy in front of you swings at the first pitch. You have to take the next one. It puts you in a hole.
That's a base hit to left. And Molina extends his hitting streak to 10 games with a 1-out single. What was it about Molina? I mean, I know you said only a few months with him, but what was it that impressed you?
The way he controlled everything, from the pitchers to the hitters to everything, to the defense. I remember Mike Matheny was asking him, you know, who do you want to bring in to pitch the 7th inning here? Who do you think we can get through? And just listening to his answers and watching the way he went about scouting reports and everything was just, it was so professional and so above and beyond anything I had ever seen that it impresses you on a whole different level. You would see guys that were good at this or good at that, but the presence he commands inside that Cardinals clubhouse was like nothing I had ever seen in any other team I played for. Granted, he took away all of my playing time, which it was.
Colton Wong looks at a strike,
which was very understandable but it was just, you cannot describe it unless you're around Yadi on a daily basis. Playing against him, I always respected him and understood what he was about, but then when I was on the same team with him and 2 lockers away from him, it was impressive to watch on a daily basis. Sometimes you can't put a amount on people.
Molina takes off. Samardzija throws to second, and they get him. Right after you praise him for being the best ever, he runs into an out.
Well, I'm pretty sure base running and foot speed, like we talked about Matt Carpenter, aren't his highlights. He'll catch it and throw it. He usually gets guys. You see him, he just tries to guess. He's been timing him, he timed him. And this comes from watching tape like we talked about. Samardzija's been doing the same thing over and over. He gets into a rhythm and a timing thing, and Molina guessed and he guessed wrong. It's not a bad play because he's probably not going to score from first on it's going to take 2 hits to score him anyway, so he's trying to get in scoring position for Wong.
On this 0-1 pitch, he swats one in the air to left. Nunez under it, and that completes the inning. So he needs only 6 pitches thanks to Molina running into an out and no score after 2. Christian Arroyo looks at ball one from Carlos Martinez. Away we go in this third inning. 21 years old. Top prospect in this system. Promoted about a month ago now. Grounds one to third that backs up Jerko. And quickly the first out here in the third inning.
Good sinker by Martinez right there. You see guys just beat it into the ground. Little sinker down and into a right-handed hitter's back foot. Martinez just runs it in on his hands. You see the side spin. You see it going down. You see Yachty's glove going down. Just hit the top of the ball. And as a hitter, that's the worst feeling because you know you're out as soon as you hit it. A perfect one hopper to the third baseman. Run down there as hard as you can and turn around and go back to the dugout.
Mac Williamson. Another ground ball. Another play for Jerko. And scooped out by Carpenter on the back end. 2 gone.
First pitch out, it's pitcher's best friend. Another one. Another sinker down and into these right-handed hitters. Beat it into the ground. Jerko with a good play, backing up. See him backing up on this ball, trying to get a nice hop at his chest. Long throw. Carpenter not a first baseman until this year with a nice pick. Probably had his eyes closed if I had to guess, knowing Matt. See him, he can't believe look at happy pitcher Carlos Martinez. Even I think Carpenter probably did the same thing.
Strike one on Jeff Samardzija. Boy, what versatility Matt Carpenter has shown. His natural spot is third, but it's an all-star at second at one point, and now selflessly moving across the diamond to first this year. And allowing the rest of the infield to settle in and get more consistent playing time with Wong at second every day, Diaz at short every day. And it's turned into Grichuk at third, or Jerko at third every day, because Johnny Peralta went out and Jerko played well.
Carpenter's just a baseball player. He'll play anywhere. You want to put him in left field, right field, he'll play anywhere.
Boy, Carlos Martinez is on a mission right now. He mows him down, needing just 7 pitches in the third. Game, a Yadier Molina single. Carlos Martinez 9 up and 9 down in a hurry. I'm not sure, and you agree, that I've ever seen anyone work as fast as he just did in that third inning.
Especially to Samardzija. I've never seen a guy, he was already throwing before he even got the ball back. He was like, him and Yachty already had talked about, like, we're going to throw this guy nothing but fastballs until 2 strikes, and I'm going to throw him these as fast as we can to try to get the game moving. I like it, Carlos. Keep at it.
Step out or something, though, Jeff.
Break his rhythm.
Randall Grichuk leading off the bottom of the third for St. Louis. The power hitting outfielder takes strike one. Power hitting profile, but he's not hit for a ton of power so far this year. Only 4 long balls.
This guy has as much pop as anybody you'll see, especially on fastballs. His nemesis, his kryptonite is the breaking ball, which you see Samardzija go to there. And he's actually made some adjustments in his stance with his bat. His bat's more upright than what it used to be, and it'll help him in the long run.
Ball 1. And, you know, going into last year, he also tried to alter his approach. Cardinals wanted him to be a little more patient, not as much of a hack at everything guy. But later on in the year, after a couple of trips to the minors, Mike Matheny said, look, go ahead and do it your way. That's when you're at your best. And had a good finish. As a ground ball to third that's picked up by Arroyo. 1 out. Well, Samardzija off to a good start in this one. Right-hander in his 2nd year in San Francisco. 10th season in the big leagues. His 4th different team. Of course, began with the Cubs. Then on to Oakland for a few months. 1 year with the White Sox. And then signed a 5-year contract last year. As strike 1 on Aledmys Diaz.
And as good as Martinez looks early going, Samardzija's matching him pitch for pitch. Going after guys, working fast, throwing the ball over the plate, getting ahead of guys. It's been a pitching clinic through the first 3 innings so far.
Softly hit foul, and it's 0-2.
And the third basemen are getting worn out already.
Yeah, how many ground balls do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ground outs to third combined in the first 2+.
These guys are sinking it in on these right-handed hitters, and that's what happens. When you sink the ball in, they just beat it into the ground, and the third baseman gets nice, perfect hops and easy plays.
That's his 2nd strikeout. So Diaz down swinging. 2 away here in the 3rd. Carlos Martinez comes to the plate, and Samardzija doing his best Martinez impression, working quickly here.
Look how quick these are. This is the whole inning here. This is as quick of an inning as you'll ever see. And these aren't even cut. This is as fast as he was working. I think he wanted to get up there. Carlos Martinez has been absolutely raking as a hitter. So I think he just wanted to get up to hit. But this was real time here. I mean, he just wants the ball and let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's get this guy back in there, try to get some runs.
It was a 14-second half inning. Martinez puts it in play to second. Joe Panik throws him out. This was an 8-pitch inning. Both of these guys putting on a clinic, and no score through 3. By Falcon Tires, the official tire of Major League Baseball, and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. no score. On to the 4th back in St. Louis. And we are reporting now that Colton Wong has left the game with elbow discomfort. And Greg Garcia comes in for him at second. So we'll pass along any new info we get as this game rolls on. But Garcia with a straight switch in at second base and hitting 6th. Top of the order for the Giants. Carlos Martinez back to work. Denard Span climbs in. Martinez comes home and gets strike 1. We're pleased to be joined by Adam Wainwright. Adam, we appreciate you taking some time with us.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Is it true that your favorite catcher with initials that was traded from Boston to St. Louis midseason, favorite one ever with that profile sitting next to me?
Yes, it is.
There's only one problem with that. I wasn't traded. They picked me up off the scrap heap.
Well, then no, it's not.
Wayno, yeah, thanks for joining us, pal.
You're welcome, buddy. Good to talk to you. Miss having you around.
Did you, first of all, Carlos is dealing obviously, but did you have any influence in his new attitude as far as working as fast as he is?
Well, I think it's, hopefully I did. You know, I mean, I think a lot of the things we work on in spring training, when we see guys, I mean, you know, as we're watching pitchers, that's one of the things our starting pitchers like to do. We like to watch each other's sides, we like to watch each other's games, really learn what's going on, what makes them tick. But I think when you look at a pitcher who's having success, they're usually working fast. They're working quick. They're getting back up on the mound. They're throwing the ball, make a pitch, get back up on the mound, and make the next pitch. I think when you are too deliberate between pitches, your defense sits back on their heels. The pitchers things a little bit more second guessing their pitch selection / game, you know, preparation, whatever. And a lot of times when you think long, you think wrong. And this game, you need to be on top of things.
Here's the 1-2. Span digs it out in the air to center for Fowler. He's under it for the first out.
Now, Wayno, you're off to a good start this year. I know you had some ups and downs last year. Unfortunately, I didn't get to face you because all those hits I got off you all those years, all those bullets.
Yeah, right. Every hit he ever got off me was a broken bat blooper over second.
Hey, they all count, buddy.
They sure do.
So Leak is off to a good start for you guys this year. Obviously, everything is going right for him. I know he's throwing that cutter a lot more. He's always had a good sinker and a good curveball. Have you taught him anything as far as a cutter goes or a curveball goes, or have you changed anything from last year to this year? Have you talked to him?
Yeah, I've talked to him a lot. I've been really impressed with Michael's just execution when he's up on the mound. I told him that earlier this year. I said, man, you know, as I watch you pitch right now, you're so locked in on making a pitch, and that was always the key to Chris Carpenter, Roger Clemens, Roy Halladay. You listen to their post-game interviews, they always talked about the key to their success was just making that pitch, executing pitch after pitch after pitch until the game was over. And that's what he's doing right now so well. He's executing pitches. He's got a delivery that allows him to repeat very, very well, and he keeps it down. He keeps it down excellent. I mean, the guy is knees are below every time. Hard to square pitches up when you're throwing balls that the knees are below every time.
Belt flies out to center after the panic single. Adam, what was it like to have AJ catching you?
Well, you know what? AJ's a sneaky, ginormous person. He really is.
What do you mean? Look how big Joe looks next to me. You can't see us, Adam, but he's like half my size.
Oh, geez, I got to get back in the weight room.
Yeah, but everyone's about half your size. I mean, just a sneaky big guy. So when he's back there, he looks like you've got this giant target. You know, remember Michael Jordan made those threes and he felt like he was shooting into a big bucket. Remember he said that?
Yeah.
That's kind of how you feel as a pitcher throwing to AJ. He's just this ginormous talent. But he puts down good fingers too, man. He calls a great game.
But called Wayno's the key.
Called.
I mean, I haven't officially retired, but we can make it official if you want, Wayno.
Called a great game, hit a lot of bloops. I mean, the guy's very dangerous on both sides of the ball.
Now, speaking of hitting, Mike Lee can hit.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Posey flies one to center. Gritchett goes back on it with room at the wall. Gets you off the hook quickly. Wayno, we appreciate you spending some time with us.
Okay, I appreciate you having us on, guys.
Thanks, Wayno.
All right.
Now Carlos Martinez continues to roll. San Francisco gets its first hit, but nothing to show for it. Every game. Visit MLB.com/tickets today. Jam-packed in here per usual in St. Louis. Two of the great baseball franchises facing off here. Game 2 of this 3-game series.
I don't know what looked better right there, the nachos or the ice cream.
I'm going with the ice cream.
Of course you are. You're a dessert freak.
I am. Dexter Fowler takes a strike. Flat out his first time. As good as Carlos Martinez has been, Jeff Samardzija right there with him. He's faced the minimum. One ball and one strike on Fowler.
You see those first 2 pitches right there? That's kind of the new combination in baseball: cutters and curveballs. First pitch curveball for a strike, then a cutter in on the hands. Mark Melanson, the closer for the Giants, features those. Adam Wainwright features those. There's a lot of guys in baseball. Mike Leake features those that throw cutters and curveballs. Another cutter. First pitch here to Fowler. You see, oh, nice slow get me over curveball. Now here we go. See Posey's target's a little bit higher. See the ball just cutting in on him. Why do you do that? Back him up off the plate. And then the third pitch, they went back in there again, and Fowler fouled it off his foot. That's just an uncomfortable at bat for a hitter, especially a lefty, with the ball just boring in on your hands.
On 1-2. He swings and misses for strike 3, and Samardzija has his third punch out to open the 4th.
And another cutter. Tried to go backdoor, he missed, but it still went in the right spot to a left-handed hitter, which is down and in. You see the grip, he's on the side of it. You see the cutter/slider grip. You see we call it the dot on the ball as it spins down. He was meant to go backdoor with it, ended up back foot, but because of the pitches previous, it set Dexter Fowler up where he had to cheat. He knew he had to cheat. He saw the ball in and he went, committed, and couldn't stop.
So now Piscotty, and he starts him with an off speed, drops it in, strike 1. Got Piscotty to bounce out the short in his first AB since the disabled list.
He's 11 for 11 first pitch strikes.
Sheesh.
Jeff Samardzija. That's efficiency. And he's also changing the shape of his breaking ball and the size of it. Not only is he changing speeds on it, but he's throwing the slow one, which is more kind of 12-6, which is up to down. And then he's throwing the slider or cutter. And now when you saw was 84, the ones he was throwing to Dexter Fowler were 89 and 90. So he's changing the size, speed, and shape of it.
Oh, it drills Piscotty up high. He'll take his base and then take some attention at some point from the training staff, you'd figure. The day he comes off of the DL, gets drilled. See where. On the elbow, but off the guard.
I think that missed the guard.
Yeah.
As a guy that wore an elbow guard, even though you have a guard, it still hurts and it still stings. He has you call it the dead arm now, where just your whole hand goes numb. And you can see the hard part as a hitter, you see the ball come out of a pitcher's hand, and you can see him start to actually swing at it. You can see him open it up, and then you realize it's too late. And it missed the guard. He's going to have a nice knot in there. Going to get some ice after the game and try not to rub it.
Matt Carpenter takes ball 1. There was a time earlier this year where Stephen Piscotty, in one trip around the bases, was hit 3 different times. He got hit to reach. Then he got hit sliding into second on a throw from home plate after a wild pitch. And then he's running home. And Javier Baez, the Cubs second baseman, drills him in the head.
Yeah,
sliding feet first.
That was a rough trip around the bases.
Carpenter takes his strike 1-1.
You expect to get hit as a hitter, but you don't expect to get hit as a base runner. When you're running around the bases, you're usually like, okay, I'm done getting drilled by balls. And then you just know it's a bad day when you're getting hit at first, at second, at third, at home. It was quite the adventurous trip for him.
Carpenter in the air to center. Span back on it. Edge of the warning track to pull it in for out number 2. So now Jet Jerko. What a find Jerko's been for St. Louis in his second year with the Cardinals now. They traded him for John Jay prior to last season. And then because of the injuries they had, he had a much more significant role than I think anybody probably guessed that he would have. And led the club with 30 homers. In fact, over the last year plus, so when you take into account his 7 home runs so far, he's #1 in the National League, hitting a home run every 13 at-bats.
He's been a godsend for the Cardinals. Where they would have been last year without his 30 home runs. He's hitting 4th for him now, playing third base every day with Peralta being in and out off the DL. This guy's come out of kind of nowhere in San Diego to be their best power hitter.
5th big league season now.
And you remember he signed that big deal in San Diego,
right?
And they were counting on him to be one of their pieces for forever, for a future. And he had a down year after signing that deal, and they traded him for John Jay, who's since moved on to the Cubs. And Jerko's come to St. Louis and just fit in nicely and played all over the diamond. He was playing shortstop, if you remember, at one point, and hitting home runs. He hits home runs.
Now this 1-1, Jerko fouls it off, and it's 1-2. He's 28 now. You know, San Diego drafted him in the 2nd round, so immediately there were high hopes, and then he broke in with a huge season. That's when he signed the deal you mentioned. But A.J. Preller shipping him off after he took over for Josh Burns at the head of the front office in San Diego.
Well, Preller shipped off everybody, didn't he?
Yeah, that he did. I mean, after buying everybody.
Yeah, he got everybody, then he shipped them all off. So he's been a busy GM in the years in San Diego.
Samardzija going outside with a 1-2, and Jerko banging a base hit to left that sends Piscotty first to third. Cardinals at the corners with 2 gone in the 4th.
Here's Piscotty's jump. You see him get a good jump because, like Molina, they must have something on Samardzija's timing. He got a jump before Samardzija picked up his legs. That's why he was able to go first to third on a base hit to left. This is a good swing. It's obviously a mistake by Samardzija. Looked like a little backup cutter, slider ball, 0-2 in the middle of the plate. You see Piscotty take off before he even lifts his leg. Doesn't even slow down, doesn't hesitate, goes right to third. And as an outfielder, you're taught, get it to the cutoff man, get it into second base, and keep the second runner from getting into scoring position.
So now Molina taking the first pitch inside, ball 1. This is the man St. Louis wants up in this spot, not just because it's Yadier Molina and everything he means to this franchise, but against Jeff Samardzija, hitting .480.
That's ownage. That's ownage right there. .480 is ownage.
With Piscotty at third and Jerko at first, he waits on this 1-0. And takes a generous outside corner strike. 1-1. But you got to be careful as a catcher arguing too much when you're hitting, right?
Yes. You want that pitch, but you also don't want to get taken advantage of when you're hitting. You want it as a catcher, but at the same time, you want to say, you kind of saw Yadi say something without actually saying something. And because of the stolen bases, Yadi trying and Piscotty going early, that's why they're throwing over there, because they don't want Jerko to get a good jump, even though he's not the best runner. But he can get a big jump, get to scoring position with Yadi's numbers off Samardzija. The Giants know that. The Cardinals know that. They want as many guys in scoring position as they can for Yadi off Jeff Samardzija.
Who deals 1-1. Molina dumps it back 1-2.
And Yadi knows that. Samardzija knows that Yadi owns him. Yadi knows that he owns Samardzija. Buster Posey knows he owns Samardzija. Everybody knows it. As a hitter, as a catcher, as a pitcher, you know the guys you do well and do poorly against. And you saw Yadi's first at-bat when he got that hit with 0-2. There was never any panic in his swings. He took 2 strikes. He's like, all right, I'm seeing the ball great off this guy, and I'll just dump a single in the left. 0-2.
Men of the corners and 2 gone, and a 1-2 pitch. Ball 2.
And that take shows you right there how well Yadi's seen it. That was a pretty close pitch, and there was no rush, there was no anything in Yadi. He's like, okay, ball right out of the hand, and we're ready to move on to the next pitch.
As Piscotty at third and Jerko at first. With 2 gone in the 4th in a tie game, Molina takes up and in, and the count goes full. So Jerko will get a head start from first. And a ball in the gap on Samardzija could make this a 2-0 game.
I'm saying Samardzija's going to throw slider / cutter here. That's been his best pitch, his most effective pitch, especially the right-handed hitters. I would say that, especially knowing the numbers, they're not afraid, even though first base isn't open, they still know that there's an open base. See Buster calling timeout. There's some mixed communication. I think he doesn't realize that Brandon Belt was behind the runner at first, so he's calling a timeout to make sure the defense is set. He's looking over there. The manager's giving him signs to throw over and stuff. And he's like, wait a second, let's make sure we're in the right positions here. We don't want something to go haywire. So that's a fastball away. Surprising, especially with the base open, but
here it comes. Molina pokes it to first. Belt has it. Feeds Samardzija to finish the inning. So the Cardinals leave him at the corners, and we go to the 5th. Still no score. Baseball and softball participation, making play opportunities available and fun for everyone. To learn more, go to playball.org. It's turned into a pretty nice night. Dave Righetti and Jeff Samardzija rehashing the first 4 innings. Been impressive for him. Same for Carlos Martinez, who goes back to work here in the 5th and gets a soft grounder against Brandon Crawford. Boy, the Giants have been up there hacking. And 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 5th. We go back to some defensive positioning from earlier in this game and how the Giants have been able to turn it into outs.
Well, you talk about sabermetrics, you talk about defensive metrics, the big thing now in baseball, but watch the different positioning. You think positioning doesn't matter? See how far up the middle Brandon Crawford is and how far he has to go to get this ball, right? That's at least a double for Dexter Fowler. Now the next batter, look at him. He's more in the traditional shortstop hole. Easy play on Piscotty. Now, we just talked about Buster Posey calling timeout on the ball Yadier Molina hit to get the first baseman behind the runner at first. You know what Yadier Molina did? You see Brandon Belt, he's off the line. They know exactly where Yadier Molina likes to hit the ball to the right side, especially with runners in scoring position. Now normally that's a base hit through the 4 hole, the 3-4 hole, but because Belt was off and they had him positioned correctly, so that's at least 3 outs that the Giants have saved themselves just through positioning alone.
Nunez chops one to third. Jerko sets his feet and fires to get him. 2 out. How much in your 19 years playing did things evolve as far as the defensive scouting reports and how deep that preparation was?
It's changed a lot for the coaches. For the players, we just kind of go wherever they tell you. They have a number system. Some teams have number systems. You play 1, 2, 3. Some teams have straight up, or they move guys with their hands. if you remember, there was a rule change this year where some guys would go out and put little golf tees in the outfield for where they wanted guys to stand. They would laser measure things so they knew exactly where they wanted guys. There was a lot more that goes into it other than, all right, we're going to move a step here or a step there. I remember coming up with the Twins. They weren't big into it like that, but they were like, okay, with 2 strikes, let's shift the guy over a couple steps like the center fielder to the other way, because hitters are more inclined to go the other way. It's just the evolution because there's more information now than what there was before.
Other than 2 on Christian Arroyo. Watch Martinez just crumble, get out of the way of the throw on that last ground out.
That doesn't look very comfortable, but it might be the best position. And please don't hit him. He's working so good right now.
Oh, and that ball is caught by Piscotty. My goodness, been a rough day as far as contact on his body, fresh off of the DL. Got drilled by a pitch his last time and now runs into the wall but holds on. Still no score. Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 40 straight years. Still no score. On to the bottom of the 5th inning. Joe Davis and A.J. Pierzynski back here in St. Louis. Stephen Piscotty, my goodness, it has been an eventful first day off of the disabled list for that man. Greg Garcia to lead off this inning against Jeff Samardzija in the game because Colton Wong left with elbow discomfort. And there's strike 1. Now Garcia 1 for 12 in the month of May. Limited action. Waiting on this 0-1 offering. Following it off, it's 0-2. So again, Piscotty, he gets drilled by the pitch his last time up. And this is only his 2nd AB off of the disabled list. Drilled on the 4.
Ow.
Misses the elbow pad and then comes over here, runs into the wall and hangs on. Carlos Martinez is saying, no, man.
Carlos Martinez is like, first of all, please catch it. And then he's like, oh, that's got to hurt. But you saw the wrap on his left elbow from where he got drilled the bat before. So maybe that saved him. The little extra padding on his forearm saved him right there.
Right, so there's that. His rehab, minor league rehab this week, was slowed when he ran into the wall very similarly.
There seems to be a theme here. He likes to run into the wall, apparently.
Got hit 3 times in 1 inning we talked about, or in 1 trip around the bases.
he's got a magnet on him right now for bumps and bruises, which is never a good thing. You want to try to pass that along to someone else. So if you can just kind of pass it along like a bad habit or something, like here, give it to someone else so I can stop getting hit by the ball and getting all these bumps and bruises all over me.
Garcia leading off the 5th for the Cardinals. The count is 2-2.
Greg Garcia put a professional at bat on you. That's why he's here. Not only can he play all over the diamond, but he'll also put usually a pretty solid at bat up there. Take some pitches, work some counts, foul some pitches off, and he also has my old number of 35. So which I stole his number 12 from him when I came here to the Cardinals.
It's inside. Did you? Is there any kind of exchange? Any watches or?
$1,000 Best Buy gift.
That's
or
not
actually,
a bad
no,
way to go.
I take that back. $1,000 Apple iTunes gift card was given to Greg Garcia to switch from 12 to 35 when I became a Cardinal, and he was happy because he's a big Clash of Clans, Clash Royale. I don't know if you know what that is.
No.
Player. And so for $1,000, you can buy a whole lot of stuff on those games, and he's really into it. And at the time, Pat Neshek was here. And, I still play those games with Pat and some of these other Cardinal guys, and yeah, Greg Garcia went from like one of the worst guys in the clan to one of the best, all because of me. So you're welcome, Greg.
Ground ball into center, leadoff single for Greg Garcia here in the 5th. Where did you fall in the Clash of Clans hierarchy?
I'm kind of in the middle.
Okay.
Kind of in the middle-ish. You know, it's when you have a phone, you know, you have all these things you can do on it. Well,
right.
The Cardinals were huge into playing all the apps.
Okay.
So we would play and have a good time on these apps, and next thing you know, Greg Garcia gets called up and changes numbers, and I had to buy all 3 of the 35 Brzezinski jerseys they had for sale in St. Louis, and now he's on top of our Clash Royale and Clash of Clans clan. I know we're nerds. It's okay. I understand.
didn't think I'd get an education on phone apps.
That's right.
Phone games.
Well, you saw it. What an at bat by Garcia. Let's get back to baseball here, Joe. What do you think?
I'm down with it.
What an at bat though. 3-2.
Yeah.
Worked his way back in the count. Off Samardzija, base hit up the middle. That's what Garcia will do. That's why he's on this team, to have professional bats and play all over the infield and play Clash of Clans.
Gritchick gets under this one, and that will reach the seats. No runs on 1 hit for the Giants. No runs on 3 hits for the Cardinals. Their best opportunity came last inning when they had runners at the corners with 2 out. But Samardzija got Yadier Molina to ground out. Here's an 0-1 on the corner, strike 2. This is as good as Jeff Samardzija has looked all year.
He looks really, he's in total control of everything he throws. You see him, he's mixing up his speeds like we talked about, especially on his breaking ball, but he just looks like he knows what he's doing. He looks confident, he looks poised. You see the look in his eyes. He's focused in on Buster Posey, what he's doing. He just looks like he knows what he's doing. He looks like he has a good feeling. It looks like the ball feels very good in his hand every time he takes it out of his glove.
He gets Gritchick looking with a fastball at 96. His 4th K, 1 out.
Here are the last 2 pitches. You see the fastball, come back, a comeback 2-seamer for strike 2. And then the next one, kind of the same pitch, a little bit higher. Nice job by Buster Posey kind of bringing it down. I can understand Gritchick was a little frustrated because he probably thought that ball was high, but after the last 2 pitches, Samardzija put it in perfect spots, and Buster Posey did a nice job of kind of caressing it and finessing it back into the strike zone.
Known as being one of the best in the game at framing it. Frames up strike 1 on the Ledness Diaz.
Before the last pitch, Buster Posey gave a signal with his glove towards his left shin guard to show Samardzija where he wanted it. He just missed it on the replay, but he put his glove down by his left. That's slide step, curveball. But Posey gave a little signal with his glove, like, hey, start it here and run it off the plate. Okay, so here you see it. Watch Posey. You see him. He's like, okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? And then right after he gives the sign, you'll see him give his glove at his left shin guard like, hey, okay, this is where I want this pitch. So that Samardzija has a visual before he goes. See slide step, sinker in. Now watch his glove. See him give that little glove sign right there? That's where he wants the ball.
Pumped his fist inside, set up outside, and took a ball to 96.
I never understood the old fake glove pump in someone's. I guess it makes you think, but as a hitter, if I ever heard someone do that, I knew they weren't coming inside because I'm like, wait a second, they're just doing that to mess with my head. So he's going away, and then you just dive out there even more. It's probably why I got hit so many times. So that's throw over. That should be a throw over.
They had him leaning, but he's back in.
And since those guys have stolen bases, or attempted to steal, Yachty and Piscotty in the last couple innings, you see Garcia leaning here to second. Samardzija has changed up his times and his delivery to home plate. He's holding the ball actually longer now. Therefore, guys are starting to have to. He's messing up the base runner's timing. You see slide step here from Posey and a throw over. So I think he does that to mess with the runner at first. And you do that because a lot of times the runners at first will peek into the signs. So if you can get a good shot of Posey, we can get a good shot of Posey's eyes here. You'll see him. He's peeking at the runner at first while he gives signs. You see him looking over there, but you try to do it a little bit less discreetly. He's looking at the hitter. Now he's looking at the runner, so he slide step and 3, which should be a cutter, and then he looks back at the hitter to see if anyone's looking or able to pick up anything off of him.
And a swing and a miss for strike 3 from Diaz. That's back-to-back Ks here in the 5th inning, and 5 total for Samardzija.
Cutter slider, not his best one. What you call a backup slider or cement mixer where it just doesn't break. And as a hitter, if you see that early, you can really hit it a long way. But also, if it doesn't break, you're kind of yelling at the pitcher like, throw the one that's supposed to break the right way, because if it would have broke, it would have broke right into his bat. But because it didn't, you actually get the guy to swing under, and a lot of times guys will pop it up or miss it because it doesn't break the way they expect it to.
Garcia started this inning with a single. He's still at first as Carlos Martinez hacks away, pops it up, belt over with room. And they strand the leadoff single, never advances beyond first. Jeff Samardzija, 5 scoreless innings. Together, AJ, and wouldn't you know, it's the 11-year anniversary of this moment.
Of course it is.
Oh my gosh! So take us into the background of this. Was there some kind of lead up that led Michael Barrett to hit you beyond you just hitting home plate?
I think he was just frustrated that it had been so long. We had just come off a World Series win, So I think he was just a little frustrated. It had been a long time, and there were some quotes. Actually, Michael Barrett and I were friends before that, but obviously now we're probably not the best of friends anymore. But
yeah.
Rich Hill, your Dodger guy, was the pitcher in that, and also John Mabry, the hitting coach for the Cardinals, was the one that got hurt the worst.
So he broke ribs, right?
He broke ribs,
you incite this brawl.
And I joked with John Mabry, who, if anyone who doesn't know John Mabry, is one of the nicest guys in the history of the world.
Mac Williamson leading off this inning, popping it up. Down the line, it's Carpenter. Called off by Garcia for the first out.
So John Mabry was the first baseman on that play, and he was the cutoff man. And after the fight broke out, like 4 guys from the White Sox jumped on top of him, and he went to the hospital with broken ribs. So today when I saw him, I said, hey, John, you know, today's the 11th anniversary. He's like, why you always got to bring that up? Why every time you see me, you got to bring that up? He's like, I'm the only one that got hurt in this whole thing. He goes, but I did play the next day, so I give him credit. He played the next day with broken ribs.
Jeff Samardzija takes a strike. And so your letter from the league said that you were, was it suspended or it was thrown out, fined for exciting the crowd?
Exciting the crowd. I always thought that's what you're supposed to do in a baseball game, but apparently that can cost you $2,500. I appealed, by the way, and won.
I guess you weren't exciting enough then.
No, and I got it knocked down to like $250. So thank you, Joe Torre. I think you were on the case back then. I'm not sure, but whoever was in charge, thank you, Major League Baseball.
Martinez strikes out Samardzija, his 3rd punch out over 5 2/3 scoreless innings. There's John Mabry.
There he is. Yeah, we joked around. Like I said, I was in the cage when I went and said hello to him before the game, and he always has a good smile on his face and one of the best people in baseball that you'll ever meet. And every time he sees me and I bring that story up, he's like, gosh, that guy. Even Mike Matheny remembered the story because he said some of the guys that went after him were targeted later by other teams because Mabry was such a good guy. So that shows you the respect that he had throughout Major League Baseball.
2 up and 2 down here in the 6th. Denard Span, 3rd time up there, begins with a ball.
I mean, Martinez is working so fast we can't even get any stories in.
No, I know. We didn't even need to prep. Strike 1, strike 2, 1 out. Strike 1, strike 2, 2 out.
And both teams are swinging, which is great, which makes for a well-paced game, a fast-moving game. See Span trying to break up his rhythm right here, calling timeout, trying to get him to slow down, calm him down, and anything you can do to break up his timing and the groove that he's in, because right now he is locked and loaded.
He has thrown 45 strikes out of his 55 pitches.
Usually would say that's almost too many strikes, but he's throwing quality strikes. He's throwing it wherever Yachty wants him to, whatever pitch Yachty wants him to throw. And you look at his eyes, you look at the look on his face, he is just right where you want to see a pitcher as a catcher. You want to see a guy just focused in on nothing but your mitt and on your body for where you want the ball.
It's off by 1, 44. What's wrong with him? Wraps around the plate, 2-1.
Martinez wearing 18 for Oscar Taveras, who perished in the car accident in the Dominican Republic. He was one of his best friends. They came up together, played together with the Cardinals here. Nice salute by him.
Span hits it hard, but it's fouled, and it's 2-2. Oscar Taveras night the following year when they honored him and his family was here. Martinez pitched an absolute gem on an emotional night.
Very emotional for Carlos, knowing Carlos, having played with him and having played with Oscar, who was one of the brightest stars in a very strong Cardinals farm system with Piscotty and Grichuk and all these other guys. He was supposed to be the superstar. He was supposed to be the next Mike Trout, the next Bryce Harper. And they were looking for huge things out of him in 2015, obviously, before he passed away so unexpectedly. And just a sad story.
Only one base runner against Carlos Martinez tonight, who's home with a 2-2. To strike out Span with a changeup. My goodness, what a night. 11 pitches in this inning. Already to the bottom of the 6th, still nothing across. Cardinals trying to get something going against Jeff Samardzija to the bottom of the 6th inning. Top of the order, Dexter Fowler taking ball 1. He's 0 for 2. Cardinals have had 4 base runners, 3 singles, and Samardzija hit a batter. Best opportunity came in the 4th. They stranded him at 1st and 3rd. Strike 1.
This would be the inning for the Cardinals. Top of the order, 3rd time through. Long inning for Samardzija the inning before with a bunch of pitches. This would be the inning if you're the Cardinals. You're like, okay, we can strike right here and hopefully get on the board.
Cuts that one in, and it's 1-2. It's been a pitching display tonight. 1 base runner for the Giants. Only 3 singles for the Cardinals. Samardzija against Martinez. A 1-2 offering, and Fowler takes strike 3. 95, and was guessing something else because that was center cut. This has been something for Jeff Samardzija when you consider the fact that the last time he was in this ballpark, he got absolutely bombed. Started the game with 4 scoreless innings, but then gave up 4 homers in a 9-batter stretch. Moss got him. Diaz got him. Piscotty got him. And then Adams went back-to-back with Piscotty in one of the worst starts of Samardzija's career, allowing 6 runs on 9 hits, including those 4 home runs. And here is Piscotty, strike 1. Breaking ball is in, and it's 0-2. Perhaps that football mentality of Jeff Samardzija helping him bounce back.
Well, anytime you have a bad start anywhere, or bad at bat anywhere, or a bad memory anywhere, you want to get that out of your mind as quick as possible. So I guarantee you came into this start more focused probably than he would just another regular season start, because hey, I want to prove to the Cardinals and to the Giants and to my team that hey, I can go into Busch Stadium and win a game and pitch well in that stadium.
31 years old, grew up in this part of the country, Valparaiso, Indiana, before going on to Notre Dame. His 1-2 to Piscotty is hacked foul.
He was a pretty good wide receiver.
Not too bad, huh? He said it wasn't until recently that he finally totally came to closure with his decision to play baseball over football.
Well, when you sign a 5-year contract, that usually helps your decision-making process.
Worth $90 million.
Yeah. I don't know that he would have got that in football.
Strike 3 over the outside corner to Piscotty, and that's back-to-back strikeouts to open the 6th.
Here are the last 2 strikeouts, the last 2 pitches. They're both fastballs elevated, but you see the run on them coming back. You see him, especially to the right-handed hitters, you see him start off the plate and come back. You see Posey subtly just drag it back into the strike zone. And that is the umpire. That's what you see. You don't see the catcher violently jerk it or move it crazily. He just kind of subtly moved it back, and that's where you get the calls from.
Carpenter with 2 gone and the base is empty, takes ball 1. And so there was obviously the contract that helped him come to closure with the decision, but he said the other thing was watching Calvin Johnson, the Lions receiver, retire because of injury issues. They were 1-2 in the Bolitnikoff Trophy voting as seniors, the top receivers in the country. It's fouled back and it's 1-1.
He caught some passes from someone you know, right? Brady Quinn?
Yeah, it's my football partner.
I remember watching those games when I was playing baseball. We'd always, being in Chicago at the time, it was always a big Notre Dame town, and Quinn and Samardzija, that whole team was they were all the talk of Chicago for a few years there.
Carpenter takes a ball, so he decides to play baseball. A couple years in the minors, then shipped back and forth between the Cubs and the minor league system, while at the same time he's watching Calvin Johnson be a Pro Bowl receiver, make a ton of money in the NFL. And he's gotten to the point where he's made plenty himself. 3-1, and now Calvin Johnson no longer playing. Facing a guy with the #1 walk rate in baseball, and behind him 3-1. It has been a long time since he's issued a free pass.
I don't think Carpenter's going to swing right here. He knows that, hey, if I get whatever I get 3-1, I'm going to get another good pitch 3-2, and unless he throws it right down the middle, which he did.
To left, and caught by Nunez to finish the Cardinals off into 6. Is sponsored by MasterPass, the simple, secure way to pay. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Back under the arch in St. Louis. Pitchers duel going between Jeff Samardzija and Carlos Martinez, who's allowed just one single over the first 6 innings of this game. And it came to this man, Joe Panik, who takes strike 1.
Have you ever been up in the arch? You got to go.
I've heard you can feel it swaying.
You have to go. You just have to do it. It's one of those things you have to do in your life.
Ground ball to first. Easy play from Matt Carpenter. 1 out. So you were here for a short period of time, but so now I know the arch is a must-see, and then you said the Children's Museum here.
No, the City Museum. Those are the windows on the arch. So if you've never been up there, you can kind of maybe see some people moving around in there. The windows are about the size of a small television, a computer screen. And you take like these little elevator pod kind of thing. I don't even know what to call them. And they kind of ratchet you up there, and you get up there, and I couldn't even stand all the way up because it's not tall enough. But you get up there, and once you get up there, you have the best view probably of the city of St. Louis, other than being in a helicopter and airplane, and looking out over the ballpark. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
2-0 on Brandon Belt.
Except if you're claustrophobic.
I was going to ask.
If you're claustrophobic, you're going to have a hard time not only going up, but once you get up there, you're going to want to run. And I've actually been up there more than once. So
Belt hits one in the air to left. That's playable for Gritchett. 2 out. Coming up next week on Fox, Royals and Indians, Orioles and Astros, Mets and Pirates, Cubs and Dodgers at 7 Eastern on Fox Baseball Night in America. Cubs right around 500 right now.
Everyone expected them to run away with the division, and St. Louis and Milwaukee are holding tight with them. They're staying there with them. They're hoping that they get reinforcements, and Milwaukee maybe get some pitching. And because Milwaukee can hit. And the Cardinals are just doing what the Cardinals do always. They always seem to be in the race, and they always find ways to win games and hang in there when no one expects them to.
Buster Posey looking at a strike. Both these teams are looking up in their divisions and seeing odd sights. You got the Cardinals looking up and seeing the Brewers ahead of them. You have the Giants looking up and seeing the Rockies in first place and the Diamondbacks in second.
You probably could have made some good money if before the season you would have said to your buddies, hey, you know, who's going to be in first place in almost the end of May, and you would have said the Rockies and the Brewers. Nobody would have believed you on any level, but there's a long way to go, and I think the Rockies between the two probably have the most staying power because of their lineup and because of the way that their pitching has improved.
Ball and 2 strikes on Posey. Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it's hard to call it early anymore. We're a quarter of the way through the season.
I think if you look at those two divisions, obviously everyone expects in the Central the Cubs and the Cardinals to be there. Cincinnati's doing better. Pittsburgh's kind of been a little bit of a disappointment.
Softly hit to short, and it's Diaz. And another 1-2-3 inning for Carlos Martinez. Just 9 pitches this time around. Grip the Moment, sponsored by Falcon Tires, the official tire of Major League Baseball. It's been good pitching, but some good defense as well on Dog Day here at Busch Stadium. That was the first play of the game. Crawford took a hit away. And then after he was hit by a pitch, 1 inning later, Piscotty makes a catch and then bangs into the sidewall. Jeff Samardzija back out there for the bottom of the 7th in a scoreless game. Cardinals managing only 3 singles against him. Middle part of the order, Jed Jerko takes an off-speed pitch, strike 1. And I've said strike 1, it feels like hundreds of times tonight.
You're right. Who's going to blink first? Is it going to be Samardzija or is it going to be Carlos Martinez? The way these two are pitching, it doesn't look like either one of them, unless they make a mistake, somewhere in the middle of the plate, which neither one of them has done so far. And they're mixing up speeds, mixing up pitches, keeping guys off balance. No one's really had that good of swings off either one of these guys.
Oh, 2. Ball 1. Jerko has 1 of the 2 hits. Single back in the 4th, also grounded out in the 2nd inning. It's 5 of his 7 home runs this year have come in the late innings for the Cardinals. Protects here. It's still 1-2. Samardzija coming off his first win of the season against Cincinnati Sunday, but no doubt his best outing of the year right here. 6 shutout innings. Home with a 1-2 for the first out of the 7th.
Good pitch right there. Breaking ball going away from him.
It's one of his 6 or 8 Ks tonight.
Samardzija strikeouts have come on a variety of pitches. There you see a backdoor cutter. There you see a cutter that doesn't break. There you see a back foot slider. Then a comeback fastball. You call that a comebacker. Then you see another slider that doesn't do much. Then a comeback fastball. Then another comeback fastball. And here's the last one right here. The slower breaking ball that you see Jerk goes off balance. And just good job by Jeff Samardzija. Uh-oh. Look at Yachty. Go, Yachty.
Oh, it just gets away from Samardzija. Ball 1.
That was a breaking ball that just slipped. You see Yachty try to go behind the back. That's why Yachty never played basketball.
Great that he played it off that way, though, because, you know, the reaction immediately would have been people upset that it went over his head. He diffused that. 1 ball and no strikes. Here comes. Fastball painted. 1-1.
Watch Yachty. This is when baseball's fun. Look, ooh, behind the back. Posey tries to go behind the back. Everybody. See the umpire covering the back of his head because he knows a ricochet's coming. As a hitter, you know when a guy's throwing at you.
That's a pop-up. Will Posey or Belt have room? No. We're seeing a pitcher's duel. We're also watching 2 of the great catchers that this game's ever seen facing off.
Absolutely. Yachty and Buster both probably headed to the Hall of Fame without a doubt. Yachty, you see the active leader in games caught and stealing percentage. That's only because I have announced my retirement earlier in the game to Adam Wainwright on the air. So 7-time All-Star, 8 Gold Gloves, 4 pennants, 2 World Series. He's done it all, and he is the leader of this organization from top to bottom.
Takes just off of the plate here, 2-2.
A truly great player and a truly great guy also. His counterpart, he's not too bad either.
No. Molina in his 14th Major League season. 7-time All-Star on this 2-2. Goes up on it, pops it up. Arroyo at third. 2 out. There's Buster Posey. You mentioned it. Not too bad a career himself. That MVP in 2012 after the bad leg injury. And then won his first Gold Glove last year. That's because Yadier Molina had a monopoly on it for a few years.
He did. He had a good run there. But, you know, Posey, with the way he's been framing the ball, blocking the ball, and his throwing has improved. He deserved the Gold Glove. And 2 World Series, obviously, for Yachty, and 3 for Buster, along with an MVP and a Rookie of the Year. 4-time All-Star. He's got a ways to go to catch Yachty in that category, but I think he'll do it. He should be the starter again probably this year.
Strike 1 on Greg Garcia. And is putting himself, if the Giants can recover at all, into the MVP discussion when you combine his defense with the numbers he's putting up offensively, RBIs aside. He's 3rd in baseball in batting average. And 7 home runs. Garcia shoots it inside the bag. That's a fair ball that ricochets in front of Nunez. And Garcia has a 2-out double.
Real nice piece of hitting here by Greg Garcia. Just taking what the pitcher gives you, going the other way. Ball out over the plate, slicing it in down the 3rd base line for a double. Pitch away, hit it away. There you go. You see him stay inside the ball. You see his head down. As a pitcher, you make a pitch like that, you just don't expect a guy to get a double off of it. Slice it right inside the 3rd base bag. Nunez comes in, nothing you can do. Easy stand-up double.
And a 2-out opportunity here for Randal Grichuk in a scoreless game in the 7th. Samardzija's at 90 pitches. No action down in the San Francisco bullpen. Grichuk 0 for 2 in this one. Down the right field line. Peeling towards the pole and foul. Strike 1.
You were talking about first pitch strikes and how many strikes these guys are throwing. You see the hitter's aggressiveness. They know that. They watch the game. You sit on the bench, you watch the game, and you know, like, hey, this guy's throwing a lot of first pitch fastballs. This guy's throwing a lot of first pitch strikes. I don't want to get to 2 strikes, especially with the stuff Samardzija's throwing. You just want to go up there and get it over with and get a good pitch early in the count, because you know if you get behind, you're in serious trouble.
A little bit up, ball 1.
That's a pitch that Vic Carapazza called a strike a bunch tonight, and maybe it fooled him because of the speed, maybe it fooled him because of the break, but that's a pitch that he's called a strike numerous times, so it's kind of a break for Grichuk there not to be 0-2 instead of 1-1.
Go ahead run at second. 2 out in the 7th. The 1-1. That ball's hit in the air to center. Sends Span back. Well short of the track. Plenty of room to make the catch and end the inning. A 2-out double, but he's stranded there. On to the 8th. Still no score. Baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. You can get club branded home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, and plenty more. Download MLB.com at bat today. 8th inning already. No score. Carlos Martinez misses low with the first one to the 5-hitter Brandon Crawford.
How dare he not throw a first pitch strike?
So what is it now? 19 of the 26. See, 15 of the 23 batters that he's faced, he's delivered first pitch strikes. There's a strike. And total today, AJ, 53 strikes out of 69 pitches.
I think that's the ratio that they're looking for from anybody, but especially from Carlos Martinez. That means he's in control of his emotions and also in control of the game.
Off the end of the bat at third, it's Jerko. Had a rough night last night, been stellar tonight.
See Jerko ready for the pitch. Backhand, little slide. Nice play. Keeps his head down, pops up. Nice easy throw to first. Martinez, of course, is excited because he knows he's getting ground balls, and Jerko's been all over the place making play after play after play. So there's a reason why they didn't take BP today. They knew Jed Jerko was going to get all the ground balls. He didn't have to take him in BP. He took him during the game.
Here's Nunez, last night's hero, with a game-winning double in the 9th inning off 0. Bounces this one off with a glove of Carpenter and into short center field. So the speedster aboard in a scoreless game in the 8th, and this should be fun to watch with Molina behind the plate and Nunez, one of the game's great base stealers.
You see Carlos Martinez, and And Nunez right there laughing because he got his guy. We talked about it earlier where he was laughing and joking, saying hello to him. We just got a hit. And we talked about with Mike Matheny before the game about Carpenter playing first. And this is the ball I think if Carpenter had to do it again, he would have let Greg Garcia at second get it because he was a little bit off the bag and Garcia was right behind him to make it easy 4-3 or 4-1 put out instead of Carpenter diving and letting it go into the outfield for a single.
Yeah, it's those in-between balls that guys that move to first talk about being the most difficult footwork-wise and decision-wise. That one hits off of the glove of Carpenter but doesn't get far enough away for Nunez to go.
The ground ball, you see Garcia was right behind him, and that comes with timing and knowing where your defense is. And now the next one after that, as a first baseman, you see the ball come, you just want to knock it down because you know if it gets past you, Nunez is going to be on third. So Carpenter actually does a great job right there of just knocking the ball down and keeping Nunez at first, because if that ball goes past him, it rolls down to the tarp in right field, and Nunez is circling the bases to third.
11 stolen bases this year. Good lead here to pitch out. It's 1-0. What a matchup you have. A game within the game at this juncture and a scoreless game in the 8th. With the best base stealer for the Giants at first. One of the best the game's ever seen at limiting the running game behind the plate.
I would expect to see not maybe a straight steal, but maybe a hit and run. You have a younger hitter up, 1-0 count here after a pitch out. Great speed on first. You don't want to just leave Nunez out to dry.
Bouncing ball to short. Should be 2. There's 1 and 2. 8 shutout innings for Carlos Martinez on to the bottom of the 8th. If you blinked, you missed it. Headed to the bottom of the 8th inning in a scoreless tie. Aledmys Diaz pops the first pitch that he sees from Jeff Samardzija back for strike 1. This is the longest 2 starters have gone into a game scoreless in baseball this year. 8 shutout innings for Martinez, and Samardzija pitching into the 8th himself. Samardzija back to the 8-hitter Diaz with the 0-1. That misses up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlos Martinez will hit for himself. And why not? That pitch count well under control at this point. up the corner, 1-2.
Good pitch. Changes the whole at bat. You see Diaz shaking his head. Changes the whole at bat right here. Instead of being 2-1, he's 1-2. Good job again by Posey, just kind of finessing it back into the strike zone. You see Diaz frustration with Vic, the home plate umpire.
Samardzija overthrows that one, 2-2.
He tried to throw a better slider. And sometimes pitchers they'll throw a really perfect slider or a perfect pitch, and the next one they're like, I can throw a better one. And then a lot of times you see a yank either into the dirt or slip out of his hands, like the one to Molina where it went over his head.
Put in play towards the middle. Crawford spins, throws late. Leadoff single, Aledmys Diaz.
Crawford back to the normal shortstop position here. Diaz a good job with 2 strikes, just going up the middle. A great play by Brandon Crawford just to even get to it and make it as close as it was. He went a long way on this ball. The spin move is what's impressive, and the accuracy on the throw to put it right on the money. Diaz can run just enough to beat it out, but a tremendous play by Brandon Crawford for nothing.
Now the fact that there was even any kind of suspense over there at first, impressive from the Gold Glover.
He would have got me.
Yeah, I know. He would have.
Easily.
Here's Martinez, likely in a sacrifice situation. With a go-ahead run at first and nobody out in the 8th. Lays this one down. His first sacrifice of the season moves the go-ahead run into scoring position. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by the all-new Chrysler Pacifica, imported from Detroit. And by Buffalo Wild Wings, Wings Beer Sports. Cardinals have it teed up perfectly here with Dexter Fowler in the top of the order coming up, and Aledmys Diaz at second with 1 out. Although the top of the order tonight 0 for 8 when you consider Fowler, Piscotty, and Carpenter. 100 pitch, strike 1. Samardzija's thrown 114 in each of his last 2 outings. That's the season high. There is action beginning down in that San Francisco bullpen. Josh Osich.
And he's up for Matt Carpenter. There's 2 guys behind Dexter Fowler.
Fastball to the knees, 96, dug deep for an extra 1 or 2 on the MPH. 0-2.
What he's done all night, made pitches when he has to. Dexter Fowler a little frustrated here with the strike zone. He takes a nice little walk, has a little chat with himself. But Jeff Samardzija has been locked in, and he has made all the pitches he's had to. They've had a couple runners in scoring position, but Jeff continues to make the pitches when he needs to.
Grounded to second. That advances Diaz to third. Panic throws Fowler out. 2 away. And it'll be up to Piscotty. So Piscotty in his first game off of the disabled list 0 for 2 was hit by a pitch.
This is why the Cardinals wanted him back for this situation, because of the way he's hit over his major league career with runners in scoring position, and also to break up the lefties between Fowler and Matt Carpenter. This is exactly the situation why he's here. Let's see if he can come through.
One of the best in baseball in these situations a year ago. Strike 1. Lay it on a fastball again at 96. Diaz at third, 2 away, and at 0-1. Piscotty Fouls it back, and it's 0-2. Touching 97 with his fastball.
This ball just runs and eats Piscotty up. That's below the label right there. Now Samardzija has him set up for anything he wants. He can go slider away, he can go another fastball up and in. He's already hit him once, so back of Piscotty's mind, he's like, I don't want to get hit again, but that's why, hence the reason he swung at one that would have been close to hitting him. This should be a cutter right here.
On 0-2. Flying to right. Mac Williamson on the move. Still coming. He's there. And 8 shutout innings for Jeff Samardzija. Matching Carlos Martinez punch for punch as we go to the 9th. Still no score. Sponsored by KFC's new spicy crispy zinger chicken sandwich. It's finger licking good. And by GoDaddy. Build a better website in under an hour for free at GoDaddy.com. Looks like Jeff Samardzija's night is finished. What a night it was. 8 scoreless innings, and Bruce Bochy over to congratulate him. He even coaxes a smile out of Boch.
That's a good feeling. 8 shutout innings as a pitcher. Now all you're hoping for is your team can get you a run and get you a W.
Mac Williamson cracks his bat on the first pitch from Carlos Martinez. Yeah, the problem for Samardzija has been that as good as he's been, Carlos Martinez has been even better, giving up just 2 singles through 8 scoreless.
Jeff Samardzija is literally sitting in the dugout right now, rooting for any way for the Giants to figure out a way to score a run so he can get a win, walk out of here in St. Louis and be like, yeah, you beat me up last time, but I got you guys this time. And as a teammate, you want to score a run for either one of these guys, but the way they pitch, the way they've kept the game moving, and the pace of play as far as in between pitches.
That one fades in on Williamson, cuts over the 2-seamer, falls behind 0-2.
Now, if you're the Giants, you have to find a left fielder at some point. I know Hunter Pence is coming back, or another outfielder. Pence comes back. I guess you stick with Nunez out in the outfield and Span back now.
A 1-2. He again takes a slider away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is only the 3rd 2-ball count of the game But the Giants have worked against Martinez. That is absurd. It's a 2-2 and 1 out in the ninth. 99-mile-per-hour fastball from Carlos Martinez. It brings up Michael Morse, and Cardinals fans covering their eyes right now. NLCS Game 5. Hit a tying home run against Pat Neshek and set the stage for Travis Ishikawa's walk-off home run that sent the Giants to the World Series, which they would eventually win. Cardinals fans closing their eyes, and A.J. Przinsky in that one closing his eyes too.
I was closing my eyes as soon as that ball was let go and he swung. I was in the dugout for that, and when it went, I cringed because you could just see it. And Mike Morris had a huge hits for the Giants in that postseason. If you look back in that whole second half.
He's ahead of Martinez 2-0. He spent that entire 2014 year with them and then bounced around a little bit. Spent last year mostly out of baseball, working at MLB Network some before signing a minor league contract with the Giants this offseason. Takes in 3-0. He was at Hunter Pence's wedding and sat next to the Giants GM Bobby Evans. And they did a handshake deal right there, sitting at Hunter's wedding. And here he is. A 3-0 green light and a ground ball to Diaz. 2 up, 2 down. Well, Martinez now is at 82 pitches through 8 2/3. He's never in his career thrown a complete game. And that's a roll your eyes stat for him right now, just because he'll need some offense for 9 innings to qualify as one here.
Well, the complete game stat has kind of gone by the wayside with the way teams are built now with their bullpens and specialty relievers and guys who come in and get one hitter. But if you're 82 pitches, you're 8 2/3 in. Heck, he could go another inning, possibly 2, the way he's pitching.
Ball 1 on Span.
And these have been an easy 82. There's a difference between hard labor 82 and just 82 pitches, and these have been an easy 82. He's never really been in trouble. He's never been in a spot where, man, he's really had to work harder than normal. He's just been kind of out there in control, cruising along. Ho hum. It's almost like a bullpen or a spring training game.
Although he's thrown more balls here in the ninth than we've seen at any inning so far tonight.
He has, but he also knows, hey, this is the 9th inning. If I can get through this, my team can score me a run. I don't think it's a fatigue thing. I just think it's kind of what Matheny talked about. Like, he needs to stay focused on the job at hand instead of the situation at hand. And Mike Morris helped him out by swinging at a 3-0 pitch and hitting a weak ground ball to shortstop.
So a little bit more careful, knowing you just need 3 outs here. And
I don't know if it's a careful thing. I just think it's more of a mental thing. He's like, okay, I've gotten to the 9th here. I've never been this far in a game before. And this is what young pitchers need to do. They need to learn and get into these situations if you want to be a successful pitcher over the long haul. And this is where a guy like Adam Wainwright and Mike Leake and Lance Lynn, guys that have been there and done it, can talk to Martinez and say, hey, just because you're into the 9th inning doesn't mean you can relax.
He's faced one more than the minimum, over 8 2/3. And he's home to Span with a 3-1. Strike 2. Span asks for time as Martinez enters his line. Anything you can do to get in Martinez's head right now.
That look in Martinez's eyes right there, I don't think anything is going to rattle him right now. You can see it. He's just cold focused on Yadi's glove and the sign that's coming and where he wants to throw this pitch.
He walks him. And the Giants with a 2-out base runner against Martinez in the 9th.
The pitch selection there surprised me. It was a backdoor slider, and that comes from Yadi thinking, hey, this is the pitch right here. But he also knows that Panic's been struggling behind him, and they can afford to possibly pitch around Spin. I don't know why you would want to put a leadoff guy that can steal a base on in front of a guy, but that's what Yadi went with.
Panic has one of the 2 hits for San Francisco. Good lead at first for Span, who can really run. Tailing fastball Actually a change, and it's 1-0.
Look at those eyes. Do you want to hit against a guy that looks like that?
No.
Look at those eyes. Look at him. Oh, he's like, come on. He knew it. As soon as he let that go, he's like, oh, man. 3-2. First walk of the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Panik hits it foul, and it's 1-1. You putting Span in motion here?
With 2 outs, and Panik's not necessarily a doubles or a power guy. You almost have to, but then again, you also don't want to give up the opportunity to possibly get Martinez out of the game. He's struggling a little bit right now. His pitch count this inning is higher than any other inning of the game. So you also don't want to give him an easy out because Yachty is behind the plate. But if you notice, Martinez's leg kick is a little bit higher. He's a little bit slower than he has been the whole game. So it's a chance. Is the risk worth the reward? And I would say yes.
Fly ball down the left field line. Into the seats, 1-2.
Now with 2 strikes, definitely I would think about it. You try to guess whether a breaking ball, you try to guess on his timing, you try to guess and get a better jump and go. But Span's stolen base numbers over the last couple years have been down. He hasn't been running as much, and he's had some leg injuries and some other concerns. But at some point, yes, he has to go here, I believe, just to put some pressure on the Cardinals. They've had 0 pressure in this game to do anything defensively.
Giants yet to put a man in scoring position. The 1-2. Fastball misses, 2-2. And Martinez hitting 99 on the gun on his 92nd pitch of the night.
Well, there's the arm talent that we've talked about with Carlos Martinez over the last few years, is the fact that this guy can reach back at any point and hit 100 miles an hour. And a lot of guys don't have that ability. He's 92 pitches in, and he can reach back at any point and throw it 99 miles an hour. But that also gets him in trouble because sometimes he tries to throw harder instead of saying, hey, let's throw the other pitches also.
Panik dribbles it softly to second, and Greg Garcia throws him out. 9 shutout innings for Carlos Martinez. Will it be enough? Do the Cardinals have offense in them in the bottom half? Back and better than ever. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices and get a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. 9 shutout innings for Carlos Martinez. 8 shutout innings for Jeff Samardzija, who hands it off to Josh Osich, facing the heart of the Cardinals order. That Carpenter to lead it off, then Jerko, then Molina. Starts him with an off-speed, strike 1. Carpenter leading the team in homers. He's got 8 this year.
Story of the game. First pitch strikes from every pitcher that's been out there. Martinez, Samardzija, now Osich. First pitch strike, getting ahead of the guys and then putting them away.
That's low. It's 1-1. One of those 8 home runs that Carpenter's hit was a walk-off. Actually a grand slam to beat Toronto.
Walk-off grand slam. That's got to be the, for a hitter, that's the ultimate thrill. Not only a grand slam, but a walk-off grand slam.
A 1-1. That dips low. 2 balls and a strike. Not just leading the team in homers, but as we touched on earlier, the top walk rate in baseball. Trying to reach, at the very least, as what would be the winning run.
And that's the thing you worry about with Osich here is Carpenter has such a good eye, and he will not expand. And Osich this year has had a little bit of command problems with some walks. So it's a tough situation because you know Carpenter's not going to swing, but you also don't want to lay one in there.
Fouls it off his foot, and it's 2-2. Cardinals started this season 3-9. They've gone 19 or 18-9 since. That's the best record in the National League during that time. And that is even with the 3-game losing streak coming into this one. The Giants, meanwhile, playing their best baseball of the year. They've won 6 of 7 after they were the worst team in baseball to begin, 12-24 before this last week. Carpenter leading off the 9th against Osich. And hitting one in the air to left. It sends Nunez back at the wall. It's off the wall. Carpenter's on his way to second. He heads for third. Nunez throw in time, and Carpenter makes the cardinal sin of making the first out at third.
Oh, Carp. We talked about his foot speed and his foot, but the first thing you don't want to do is make the first out at third. And he's very aggressive. He sees it in front of him the whole time. Great piece of hitting right here by Matt Carpenter, going the other way. Nunez misplays it a little bit off the wall. At very worst right here, you've got to stop at second. He hesitated just slightly, but he's looking right here, and as soon as he sees the ball, he's like, I'm dead. And he was. You can see him screaming right away. He knew it. And as a runner, you see the guy catch the ball, and you just hope maybe somehow you can sneak in, but it's the cardinal sin, as Joe said, of baseball. And Carpenter's going hard here from the get-go. He sees it, hits the wall. He's going, he's huffing and puffing. No hesitation, but the play's in front of you right there. At worst, you have to be on second.
And Nunez, who is an infielder by trade, playing the outfield for a significant chunk for the first time in his career with a huge assist pitching change. New pitcher is Derek Law. He delivers strike one to Jet Jerko. Law had been the closer the last couple of weeks with Mark Melanson on the disabled list and has been good for San Francisco. He's home with an 0-1 and misses up with ball one. Jerko 1 for 3, 7 home runs this year. Has homered more frequently than any hitter in the National League over the last year plus, once every 13 at-bats. He falls behind 1-2.
And that's Law's pitch, breaking ball. He's a breaking ball pitcher. He gets ahead with the breaking ball. He tries to finish you off with the breaking ball.
A little bit up here, 2-2.
And he tried to quick pitch Jerko right there. He didn't go to his normal routine. He didn't go to his standard windup. He didn't bring his leg up. He tried to quick pitch him. And as a hitter, that makes you jump out there, and he's throwing a breaking ball behind it. So if he would have thrown that down, it would have changed Jerko's approach and made him jump out and possibly swing at him. But he threw such a bad one that it never affected him.
Jerko takes full count.
Maybe Law learned this from Johnny Cueto here. You see, turn, oh, let's go quick. But because he threw such a bad pitch and such a high curveball, there was never a thought in Jerko's mind of swinging at it. He was just worried about it not hitting him.
A 3-2. Jerko strikes out swinging.
And another quick pitch.
So 2 out. And you go back to the Carpenter double where he tried to turn it into a triple. This is a good way to look at it. You get to see both sides of it.
Nunez a little bit of a misplay off the wall, but he's fast, he's hustling, he's watching Carpenter, and as soon as he sees him go, he's like, all I gotta do is get this ball to Arroyo, and he's out. I love Carpenter's reaction because he knows what a mistake he made, but even better is Nunez is like, how dare you run on me, I'll throw you out every time, and he did.
Molina fouls off a first pitch breaking ball. That was only the 4th career outfield assist for Eduardo Nunez, and it's even a little bit surprising, I guess, that he has that many because his time out there is so limited. Mostly an infielder in his career, but with the injuries the Giants have had in the outfield, he's been forced to left. Quickly 0-2.
Well, he made up for the misplay with his speed and then with an accurate throw. And if you watch that, you can see where he's actually watching Carpenter around second. And as soon as he sees Carpenter go, he's like, this is it. Just get it to the third baseman, because he knows Carpenter's speed and he knows his arm.
1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes. A lot of late drama in last night's game. San Francisco got all 6 of its runs in the final 3 innings. Twice erased deficits to win at 6-5. Here we are again, locked up in the bottom of the 9th. And we move on to extra innings as Molina strikes out. Part of the order coming up for the Giants: Belt, Posey, and Crawford in the 10th. greatest players in the world descend upon Aaron Hills for one of golf's most anticipated events of the year. Dustin Johnson trying to defend his title. It's the 117th U.S. Open beginning on June 15th on Fox FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Joe, are you a golfer?
Not a ton lately. I know you played this morning, huh?
Old Warson, yeah, great place, by the way. Thanks to the other Joe Buck, for setting that up for me. I had a couple of his buddies out there that showed me around, and they hosted the 71 Ryder Cup out there, which was cool to see.
Trevor Rosenthal comes in, and Brandon Belt takes ball one.
They did mention to me, though, that Joe Buck owed him a couple dollars from.
Is he behind on dues or something?
He was, apparently, but he bought me a nice breakfast sandwich this morning.
Bell pops it up. In left field, it's Grichuk. And a quick first out. Rosenthal touching 100 on the gun. This has been a great bounce back season for a guy that really struggled last year.
Well, he had injuries last year. He was kind of banged up a little bit in his shoulder and in his forearm area, but he's come back. He's throwing hard again, and they need him because they need him to be an 8th inning guy. They need him to eat up innings late in games because this is a guy that has success as a closer, and he's closed out big games in his career, and he knows how to do it. So if you had and then you had Rosenthal in the 8th, and Segrist, and some of these other guys, Brett Cecil, the Cardinals bullpen all of a sudden becomes a strength for them.
Staying away to Posey, and missing low, ball one.
Go ahead. You have to think that Posey is the one guy right here. Rosenthal is like, okay, I just can't miss with him, because of all the Giants hitters, he's the one that's hot, and he's also the one with the power.
5 home runs over the last 10 games for Posey. And it corresponds with a mechanical change. Generated more power for him. Hit only 2 home runs in his first 24 contests. Here's 1-1. That's a strike, 1-2. He's eliminated almost his entire leg kick. Used to have this huge wind up and leg kick, but has gotten rid of that.
He hasn't. It's been effective for him. Actually generating more power now.
Hits this one softly along first. Rosenthal on not an easy play. Gloves it and steps on the bag for the second out.
Here visually you see Buster Posey's leg kick early in April. Now you see he almost has no leg kick. He almost barely picks his foot up, a la Albert Pujols, Paul Molitor, who barely had any stride. And the difference is that he's able to control his body more. He's able to stay back, which I never like to hear a hitting coach tell you to stay back, but it just keeps his body more under control. It keeps his front side from going out towards the pitcher. And also in that little clip, his bat angle has changed, whereas a little bit flatter, it's now also a little bit higher up, which also helps you generate whip, which leads to bat speed. So their hitting coach, Mullins, has done a great job of making adjustments on the fly with him in order to get him going and also to generate more power throughout his swing.
1-0 on Crawford. And Posey has said that he's not married to this forever. It's just kind of a feel thing, and right now that feels best. 1-1.
Well, as a hitter, you're making constant adjustments. As the pitching makes adjustments to you, the hitter makes adjustments back, and he did that. I'm sure there was a reason. They saw something on video. They saw something, or Posey felt something maybe in BP. And if you watch him take BP, which we did today, he actually has the leg kick in BP, and when the game starts, he takes it away. So they saw something.
1-2.
As a hitter, you always want to feel it. I was never a big video, huge guy. I'd watch some pictures, but I want to feel it. If a hitting coach came up to you and said, hey, what do you think about doing this? You want to feel it before you can watch video all day and watch yourself, but until you feel the right thing and know it's right, then you can't walk up and face a guy like Trevor Rosenthal throwing 100 miles an hour and be confident enough to go up there and try and get a hit, because you're thinking about everything except hitting the ball.
He works a 1-2-3 10th inning, pulling the string. 12 miles per hour of separation between his fastball and change. to the bottom of the 10th. Still no score. Joe Davis and A.J. Pierzynski back in St. Louis, and Greg Garcia to lead off the bottom of the 10th against Derek Law, looking at strike one. Law came on in relief in the 9th, struck out Jerko, struck out Molina. Here's his 0-1. It's a breaking ball, and it's yanked to first softly for Belt in the first out of the 10th. And we saw something that we didn't enjoy seeing between innings. Somebody over by the tarp, some discussion between the groundskeeper and the umpire.
Well, they took the cover off the tarp, which is never a good sign. You see it there. It's usually a yellow St. Louis Post Dispatch on over it, and you just see the gray tarp. And the umpire was out, or the groundskeeper was out talking to the crew chief, Tom Hallion, over at first, and that's not a good sign for us.
Here's Grichuk. Strike one. They've been calling for rain all day, storms all day.
And it hasn't hardly rained at all.
No.
It sprinkled early this morning, but that was about it.
Well, we hear there's heavy rain in the area. Back-to-back breaking balls from Law has Grichuk in an 0-2 hole.
And Law is in love with the quick pitch. He's changing it. He's changing his motion. He's changing his delivery. He's changing everything. It just messes up a hitter.
Then goes to the fastball and misses.
As a hitter, you get locked into a rhythm and a tempo from a pitcher in their motion, and you time yourself off of it. But you see him changing his leg kick, it just gets you off balance. I know that's a pitcher's job, but as a hitter, when a guy quick pitches, you just get so mad because you're like, why can he cheat like that? That's cheating. You feel like it's cheating as a hitter, even though it's allowed by the rule book, and I understand that a pitcher can do whatever he wants. But the first guy I remember doing that was LaTroy Hawkins. He kind of brought that back, and now you see a lot of guys do it.
Got under a breaking pitch, popped it into short left. Crawford settles under it. 2 out. Of course, nobody does it better or more than his teammate Johnny Cueto at this point.
Well, Johnny Cueto's kind of made it cool now. He's got all those different ones. He does the rockabye, he does all these different things. So Cueto has kind of made it cool. I remember when LaTroy first did it, he just kind of did it out of the stretch where he just wouldn't come set. And then other guys have kind of taken notice of it and have done it. And now you see a lot of pitchers doing it. And I remember talking about it in meetings, like, hey, this guy has a high leg kick as a hitter. Mix up your timing, mix up your leg kick. It'll mess with them. And pitchers are all doing it now in order to mess up a hitter's timing and just get guys off balance from the start.
Aledmys Diaz takes the ball. Would it mess you up at all as a catcher? Because Cueto doesn't tell Posey.
No, it never messes you up because you know what pitch is coming as a catcher.
That's all that matters.
You're just ready.
Yeah. Diaz lines one to center. Back goes Span. On the move. At the wall. Leaps up and makes the catch. Denard Span takes extra bases away from Aledmys Diaz and sends us to the 11th. The grounds crew coming out. The tarp going on as we move to the 11th inning. We're going to have a rain delay here in St. Louis. Skies opened up as we went to commercial there. It's not, it was raining pretty hard at first. I would not say it is too stiff of a rain right now, but they elect to pull the tarp on. You think this is playable weather? Or?
I want to play through this if I'm a player. It doesn't look like it's coming down that hard. But also the safety comes in, and they know more about the weather than I do. But I'm assuming as a player, you never want a rain delay because you go in there and you sit down, you get cold, get your mind off the game. It's the only thing that can stop the pitchers in this game, though, is this rain, because the way everyone's been throwing, we might never see a run scored.
Yeah. So let's recap how we've gotten here. Scoreless in the 11th. Needless to say, there's not much to show you offensively. Jeff Samardzija goes 8 innings tonight, mowing down the Cardinals. He struck out 8 and then handed it off to the bullpen, but couldn't get any run support.
Just nasty by Jeff Samardzija. All these pitches, just good pitches. All different pitches, all different locations. Just cruised through 8 innings. Best outing of Jeff Samardzija's season by far.
Carlos Martinez on the other side went 9 full innings, gave up just 2 singles, and then he too handed it off to the bullpen on a day where Matt Adams has been traded to the Braves prior to the game. He wasn't seeing much action here in St. Louis, and a chance at an everyday role down in Atlanta. But Carlos Martinez tonight, I'm not sure we've ever seen anybody work as fast as he was working.
No, he was off the charts tonight, both with his command, his composure, and his pace of pitching. You see, he was just totally confident, totally in control, knew what he was doing out there, followed Yachty around, and I think he could have gone another inning or two. He was in the 90s with his pitch count. I think Mike Matheny might have wanted to run him back out there, and if I'm Carlos Martinez, I'm fighting to get back out there.
Right, he was sitting at like 85, 90 pitches or so, which was well within his range to be able to come back out. But here we are now in the 11th inning in a rain delay. And I mean, again, it's raining, but it's not pouring. I think that, I don't know, I tend to agree with you that they could be playing through this.
I want to play. As a player, you want to play. And obviously the grounds crew knows more about the weather here in St. Louis than anybody, and they've been told there's some showers coming, but it's not coming down hard enough to affect the game. So let them play. What do they say, the Bad News Bears? Let them play. Yeah. Let them play. Let them play. I want to watch this pitcher's duel.
Well, some folks staying in the seats, others heading for the concourses. They have the tarp on the field, and hopefully this thing moves through quickly and we can get this thing rolling again before too long. Right now, we're going to send it to Mike Hill back in the studio in Los Angeles, and we'll keep you posted as we get more info here in St. Louis. Ready to begin the 11th inning in a scoreless game. Joe Davis, A.J. Brzezinski. It was a pitcher's duel that was interrupted by rain, but we're ready to go again. Jeff Samardzija, 8 innings of shutout baseball. Carlos Martinez went 9, although he won't get credit for the first complete game of his career. And while the Cardinals have had some opportunities, the Giants without a runner in scoring position over the first 10 innings of this game.
That's the hardest stat to believe, that through 10 innings, they haven't even gotten a guy to second base. That just shows you how good Carlos Martinez and Trevor Rosenthal were for the first 10 innings of the game.
Yep, so Rosenthal goes just the 1 inning. He was ready to come out to pitch a second inning. Would have been his first multi-inning outing this year, but with the delay, they go to Matt Bowman.
Well, coming off some arm problems the last couple of years with Rosenthal, they don't want to push it, especially after the rain delay. So in comes Matt Bowman, the Tim Lincecum clone almost with his delivery. If you watch him, Giant fans, you'll recognize some similarities between him and the old Cy Young winner for the Giants, Tim Lincecum.
Said he really tried mimicking Lincecum's delivery when he was at Princeton. He played his college ball, but as he went to the extremes that Lincecum didn't quite work for him. Recognized that Lincecum was a special athlete in that regard. So it's toned down some, but there is some of that in his background. San Francisco ready to bring up Nunez, Arroyo, and Williamson here in the 11th inning. Nunez has one of the 2 hits, 2 singles, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 8th, and then 1 walk issued by Martinez. That's it. And Nunez has made one of the many great defensive plays in this game. Although he perhaps misplayed this one. Was able to throw out Carpenter, trying to extend a double into a triple with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th.
Nunez baited Carpenter. I still believe he baited him into going for third. You can see him laughing at him as he's called out. He baited Carpenter to go, and he won the battle with the throw.
How hard is this to get geared back up after sitting around for 45 minutes or whatever?
In a 0-0 game, it's pretty easy to get geared back up. But if the game is out of hand and it's like in the 6th inning, it's a little bit tougher, especially if you're on the losing side of it. But in a 0-0 game, especially 2 teams that are trying to fight and claw for every win, it's not as hard.
So Bowman to Nunez, and we are back at it in St. Louis with strike 1.
I always believe that the road team had an advantage in a rain delay because the home team's sitting in their home clubhouse. They have all the amenities. They have their chairs, their places, their couches, and if you go in a visiting clubhouse, they're smaller and have less to offer, so they're always a little bit more eager on the visiting side to get back out there, and they kind of stay on it a little bit more, whereas in the home side you relax a little bit more, just with more things to do and more things to distract you from staying focused on the game.
And the home side's thinking, man, I want to go home to my family.
Some people are like, man, I'd really like to stay here, so it just depends on what they're feeling that day.
Bowman home with an 0-2. Nunez takes ball 1.
Bowman takes to the extreme the old Ted Lilly rule, where he got caught cheating at one time with the Cubs, where he was off the rubber. Talk about barely touching the rubber. When he goes into the windup, I mean, his toe spike is barely touching it. It's the extreme first base side, which creates an angle to right-handed hitters.
Got in on Nunez's hands and a little teardrop that he dives under. Bowman, a dazzling defensive play for the first out of the 11th.
Pitchers normally are told to get away from it, but when you're the only one that can get there, Yachty wasn't getting there. Nice play by a pitcher. I've always said pitchers aren't normally the best athletes, but Bowman proves us all wrong with a diving catch, and one that'll be on the highlights of his career forever.
So they keep the speedster off of the bases and one away with the bases empty for Christian Arroyo. I couldn't believe how fast they had the field ready to go.
It was pretty amazing. The grounds crew has a lot of practice here with rain, so
yeah,
they're pretty good at it. But the left field, if you could see when they pulled the tarp off, it was underwater just behind shortstop, and they have a great drainage system here at New Busch Stadium, and it zapped it away pretty quick.
They have to.
It does rain here a lot.
System.
Yes.
First 1-2, the 21-year-old Christian Arroyo is hit foul. Turns 22 in a few days. Debuted in late April as the youngest Giant since 2011 when Hector Sanchez made his debut. Less than 4 years removed from high school in Florida. Former first-round pick. Waiting on this 0-1. Spins away, ball 1.
The pride of Hernando High School, the Hernando Leopards. Can you name the other 2 big leaguers in the recent memory that attended Hernando High School?
Can name one. Bronson Arroyo, no relation.
Yes, that is one. Do you know who the other one is?
I don't.
You're sitting next to him.
Oh, off of the hands, off of Bowman. Jerko bare hands and gets him. 2 great defensive plays in this inning. That'll be ruled 1-5-3, 2 out. You buried the lead.
First of all, Bowman, what are you doing? He got all excited because he made the diving play, and then there he goes, just deflects it nicely to Jerko. Makes a great barehanded play, especially with the wet grass and the wet environment, and perfect strike to Carpenter for an out.
So did you have any existing relationship with Arroyo from him?
I did not. I met him during batting practice today. I went up and introduced myself. I only attended my freshman year, so I guess there's an asterisk there.
Right.
But Bronson Arroyo and I actually were there together.
How about that?
And we played Little League together. He's still pitching somehow.
Here's Mac Williamson taking a strike. They got to claim you, though, right? I mean, they can say they have 3 big leaguers.
Yeah, there's actually another one, but he was before. He was younger, but are older than we are. But when I introduced myself to Christian, I said, "Hey, I just want you to know I went to Hernando." And he's like, "Oh, did you play for Tim Sims, the coach there?" And actually, Tim Sims was not the coach when I was there. He was a coach in waiting, and then he took over from the coach that was there when I was there.
To short, knocked down by Diaz, recovers and throws and finishes off a 1-2-3 11th for Bowman and the Cardinals, who come to bat after this. Fox, the Monster Energy Cup Series heats up under the lights in Charlotte for the longest race of the season. Coca-Cola 600 at 5:30 Eastern on Fox.
Talk about a spectator sport. NASCAR is so fun in person. First time I got to go. Thank you, Fox, for allowing me to go to the Daytona 500 for the first time this year. And what an enjoyable time for my son and I. And just something that is such a spectacle. Just people watching alone is worth the price of admission. They allow you to go on the track 5 minutes before and sign the start-finish line.
Wow. Hunter Strickland on for the Giants here in the bottom of the 11th, and it's Tommy Pham to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. Pham in 12 games has driven in 11 runs since his call up from AAA. Giants did a double switch. Justin Ruggiano's in right and would lead off the 12th if it gets there. The first one to Pham. Drives it foul, strike one. Pham came up from AAA when Piscotty went down on the disabled list, and he did enough in his couple weeks up here that the corresponding move wasn't to send him back when Piscotty was activated, but it was to trade Matt Adams to Atlanta earlier today.
Tommy Pham has the same number of RBIs in 12 games as Buster Posey does for the Giants, which is still mind-boggling to me that he's hitting fourth for a team that's expected to contend and has 11 RBIs.
Caught and a miss, 0-2. It's the fourth year for Pham, bouncing back and forth between the majors and AAA. Debuted in 2014, played 130 games for the Cardinals the last 2 seasons. Most significant role yet last year. Strickland makes quick work. 1 out.
Good slider here from Strickland to Tommy Pham. 0-2. See him just buckle right there, and he knows it. As a hitter, as soon as you see that ball break, you know it right away. You just put your head down and sulk back to the dugout. It's a long walk back after you strike out.
He kept on going right back into the tunnel.
He went in to watch video and be like, I don't know how I didn't swing at that pitch.
Fowler now. Strike one. Each of Fowler's last 5 hits have gone for extra bases. Included a home run last night. Strickland's 0-1 delivery. Fowler chops it foul, and he's quickly behind 0-2.
As this game progresses, as the home team, you're asking which team has the advantage. Well, as the home team, the problem, another problem you run into is everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to be the guy to hit the walk-off homer, have your team greet you at home plate, throw your helmet, get doused with everything they can find in the dugout, instead of trying to just get a hit, get a walk, or whatever it takes to get on base and start a rally. Everyone goes up there expecting to be the hero, wanting to be the hero, and that leads to a lot of times strikeouts, bad at bats, instead of just going up there and doing what you're supposed to and be professional.
Here's the 0-2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Hunter Strickland to open the 11th. Wouldn't have been nice, by the way, I was just thinking this, to have Matt Adams pinch hit to lead off this inning against the right-hander.
That probably would have been a nice, but unfortunately he's now in Atlanta Braves. So
right.
the left-handed power options off the bench for the Cardinals, I think, were zapped a little bit when Matt Adams got sent to the Braves before this game.
In case you're just tuning in, Matt Adams traded earlier today for minor league infielder Juan Yepez, was in single A.
And I'll always remember Matt Adams for the home run he hit off Clayton Kershaw in the 2014 NLDS.
Stephen Piscotty looks at a ball. You were on that team.
I was on that team, and we eventually lost to the Giants in the NLCS, but we beat Kershaw twice in the playoffs. I had never seen Kershaw lose a game before that, so we beat him twice. I don't know. I still to this day don't know how we pulled it off, but we did, and it was a great moment in Matt Adams' career, and watching it and how happy he was.
It's fouled off, and it's 1-1. This is game 4 of the NLDS in 2014, and Adams launched it off Kershaw and eventually sent the Cardinals to the win in that game. Look at that emotion from the big fella.
There was somebody there really happy outside the dugout. I don't know who that was, but he looks real familiar.
I saw ya.
Oh, that was a fun time. The playoffs are the best. That's what it's all about. And Matt Adams hitting that home run off Kershaw on that curveball still is one of my favorite memories.
Piscotty lines the ball to center field. Span is there. And the Cardinals down in order in the 11th. More zeros put up after the delay. We march to the 12th. It's on FS1 after all the action on the diamond. The best team of analysts in baseball gets you caught up on a full night of action around the big leagues on MLB Whip Around. Weeknights at 11 Eastern on FS1. You can also watch it live on Fox Sports Go. You're on that show now and then too.
It's a fun show.
Yeah.
It really is a fun show. You talk about baseball, you get to see highlights, talk about the games. It's a good time. I highly recommend it.
Kevin Seagrass in to pitch for the Cardinals and delivers strike one to Justin Ruggiano. Ruggiano, the journeyman, the latest journeyman called up by the Giants to try and solve their outfield problems because of the injuries they've had. Out in front of a breaking ball, 0-2.
Kevin Seagrass coming right at you, lefty power, arm, a lot of fastballs. He's been working on a breaking ball and a changeup over the last few years, but mostly fastballs, and a lot of fastballs up in the zone.
Dragged it short. Aledmys Diaz has it cleanly and has Ruggiano for the first out of the 12th. Seagrass allowed 7 runs over his first 7 games this year, but hasn't given up a run in his last 11.
He hides the ball really well, and it gets on you. Having faced him, the way his motion is and the way he kind of leans back a little bit, the ball tends to jump on you a little bit. So you have to pick it up a notch. And you see the ground ball that Ruggiano hit, he was out in front because he knows that. So he knows he has to get it ready for 96, 97 from the left side. And then he throws a curveball, and you're out in front. You roll over to short. You're 0 for 1.
Span has seen him well, 4 for 7 lifetime. And he hits one to the left for a base hit. Denard Span, a 1-out single here in the 12th. Only San Francisco's 3rd hit of the day, but still, like you talked about, looking to put a man in scoring position for the first time.
Five for 8 off Kevin Seagrass, and the reason is he's so short. You see hardly any movement from Denard Span. He gets a fastball out over the plate and just kind of dinks it over the shortstop's head. He took what the pitcher gave him, hit it where it was pitched. And when you're a lefty and you're facing a lefty, especially a guy that's not a power guy, like Span's not a power guy, all he's trying to do is put the barrel on the ball, and it was a nice swing and a nice soft line drive to left field for a hit. Now the fun starts with the stealing and the throws over.
Joe Panik, the hitter. That was one of the 3 singles that came all the way back in the 4th inning against Carlos Martinez.
As a manager, this is where you get to make the decisions. We talked about earlier, would they send someone in and the next pitch they hit into a double play. So now your leadoff guy's on first. You have a lefty, he's thrown over twice. Now do you tell him, hey, go first move, try to get a good jump, but you also have Yachty back there if they throw over again.
Strike.
It's the cat and mouse game in the middle of a baseball game. Whether you throw over, whether you send the guy, you hit and run here possibly with Panik, with Belt on deck, another lefty. You're trying to get Posey to the plate in some manner this inning, if at all possible, if you're the Giants, to give him an opportunity, the runners in scoring position, to drive in the run.
As a catcher, do these moments get your blood pumping even more if you're Molina sitting back there knowing how important it is?
Well, knowing Yachty and as a former catcher, yes. In the back of your mind, you're like, okay, I have to be ready. I have to make a good pitch. And I have to be ready if he goes, because if he gets in the scoring position, it changes the whole dynamics of the inning. So, absolutely.
Still not running. Up the middle, off of the glove, and Garcia throws a double play. 1-4-3 double play onto the bottom of the 12th. For his second inning, and he will have to earn it here facing the heart of the order. Carpenter, Jerko, and Molina coming up. Carpenter doubled to open the 9th inning. As we showed a few minutes ago, is thrown out trying to extend it into a triple. Trying to make up for that move here in a scoreless game in the 12th. Fastball for strike one. At what point of the game does it become home run derby?
I told you. I already told you. The home team right now, once you get into the 10th inning, everybody wants to be the hero. So every single guy, as hard as you try not to think about it, you're just in the back of your mind, it just consciously creeps in that, man, if I could just hit a home run, we can all go home. So as hard as you try to keep it from becoming that, it just automatically turns into that. And that's why it's so hard for these teams.
High fly ball to deep center. Span back on it. At the track, at the wall to catch it for the first out. Sigh of relief from Strickland.
And a sigh of relief from the crowd. Good swing. Fastball right down the middle. Carpenter, I think he thought it had a chance. You can see the look on his face, but I love Span right here. Look at him. He's like, nope, not today. Oh my gosh, I believe is what he said.
That
he couldn't
close.
He could not believe that that didn't go out.
Now Jerko, he goes after the first one into right center. Span won't get there. Ted Jerko with a 1-out single.
Kind of what you have to do here as the home team. Like you're talking about home run derby, but you see Jerko, he just kind of goes with the pitch, gets a single. I would not be surprised right here to see them put on some sort of a hit and run with Yadi. Even though Jerko's not the fastest guy, they know Yadi will put the ball in play. And I know Yadi has the ability to also put a hit and run on his own. So he can actually call a hit and run on his own. Matheny has given him that power to say, hey, I want a hit and run on the second pitch or the first pitch or whatever it is. So just something to look for and a possibility in this at bat here, because obviously Yadi's a possibility also to hit into a double play.
With a winning run at first and 1 out in the 12th inning. Strickland to Molina after a toss over. So he obviously would have had to have delivered that message before he went up.
No, he also,
how can he do it
I
from
remember
here?
When I was playing with Yadi, the guys who were hitting in front of him would say, Yadi will look at me and give him some sort of a helmet or a whatever it is and say, all right, on this pitch it's a hit and run. I don't know what exactly the sign was because I never got the sign.
Molina cranks it to left, right at Nunez. 2 out. He hit it much harder, but it was right at Eduardo Nunez and left. And Greg Garcia to the plate.
See the frustration with Yadi right there, walking back to the dugout. Just a nothing slider. Yadi knew it as soon as he hit it. He squared it up, but he knew he hit it right at the left fielder. And the frustration, that's when you start getting into the 12th, 13th, 14th inning as a hitter, and especially as a catcher. I mean, it starts wearing on you, and you just want somebody in your team to get a hit to win the game.
It's been a good night for Greg Garcia. On for Colton Wong, who left with elbow discomfort midway through the game. Garcia's not homered this year. Pokes one into center. That's a base hit. And the winning run moves into scoring position. So a 3-hit night off of the bench for Garcia, and Grichuk gets a shot. So a chance for Grichuk to win it like he did on opening day against the Cubs. Had a home run at one point in the game and then had his second career walk-off hit. Said it's a night that he will never forget. A special night here, beating the Cubs, the defending champs, in the opener. And can beat the Giants here with a base hit, 2 gone in the 12th. Strickland pitches. Strike one.
see the swing from Grichuk right there. It's kind of a little bit out of control. Everyone's been very aggressive with Strickland. They know he comes after you with fastballs. That was a slider away. It goes back to the over-aggressive part. As a home team and with the winning run on second base, you want to get a hit so bad for yourself and for your teammates to end the game that sometimes you expand and sometimes you get out of your strike zone instead of almost backing off a little bit and trying. We have a saying in baseball, you try easy. Sometimes you need to try easier instead of try harder.
And he's aggressive to begin with.
He is. So then when you add the emotion, you add the adrenaline, you add the runner on second in the 12th inning, you add the fact that he wants to get a hit so bad, then it causes people to expand and swing at things that they normally would not swing at.
In 24 half innings in this game, this is only the second time that either team's had multiple runners on. 2 on, 2 out. And Strickland to Grichuk with an 0-2. Strikes out swinging on a high fastball. And the Cardinals strand a pair onto the 13th after Strickland strikes out Grichuk. For the Giants, no score, on to the 13th. But the Giants, like the Cardinals just did in the bottom of the 12th, will bring the heart of their order to the plate. After Belt, it's Posey and then Crawford. First two guys leading the team in homers, Belt with 8 of them. Trying to extend a 7-game hitting streak, a stretch during which he's hit 4 home runs. Second inning for Segrist, and Belt fouls the first one, strike 1.
Segrist going in on Belt on the first pitch. Brandon Belt has a very small hole kind of in under his hands, and that's where Segrist and Yachty Molina went on the first pitch. You see him going in again here. The reason being, with the way Belt is set up and he's closed off to the pitcher, it's hard for him to stay square because he's already closed, and then to get to the ball inside. Now, if you miss a little bit and you leave it out over the plate, he will hit it and hit it a long ways. But most of Belt's power is to left center, center to left center because of the way he starts.
Takes a ball. Can you look at a hitter and know that that's going to be a hole in his swing, or you just know that from 20 years in the league?
You can watch guys and see where the way they start. And I was a guy that hit open because I started like Brandon Belt when I was younger, and I had to move open because when I would stride, I'd stride into the plate. and therefore close myself off more. He actually does a good job of not turning his shoulders any more than where he starts at.
2-2.
So if you drew a straight line from Brandon Belt's shoulders before the pitch comes, if you could draw a straight line to where it's pointing, he doesn't actually turn them anymore. Therefore, to him, that's square, and he's ready to fire from where he's at. The problem you run into is if you would turn more because you close yourself off more and have farther to go to hit the ball.
Got in on him, fouled it off. We'll do it again.
See Belt's front shoulder, it never moves, it never gives, but it stays in the same spot as he strides, which is the key for him.
Take strike 3 on a fastball or a changeup over the outer half. And Belt the first out of the 13th inning.
That's the last pitch that Brandon Belt was looking for. A left-on-left changeup from Segrist. Guy throwing 95, 96 running balls under his hands. You see Yachty before the pitch giving him the location. Hey, throw it here, throw it here. And the frustration on Belt's face is like, I cannot believe that I just got a changeup from Kevin Segrist in the 13th inning at a 2-2 count.
Not fair. Here's Posey. Taking ball 1. Now they've won 6 of 7, and that began with a 17-inning win on a Buster Posey home run. 5 of his 7 home runs coming over the last 10 games. Batting in the 13th. Strike 1. Again, the change.
Keep an eye on Yachty. They're kind of trying almost to pitch around him. If you watch where he was set up on the last pitch, he was set up way off the plate away. The first pitch he had his glove on the ground. It was a breaking ball, saying, hey, throw it in the dirt. If you bounce it, we'll deal with it later. So here comes another changeup, and he's telling Segrist, hey, get it away, get it off the plate. He's set up away off the plate.
Posey bangs it into left center for a base hit. So 1-out single for Buster Posey, his first hit of the night. And the go-ahead run reaches for the Giants.
The last thing the Cardinals wanted was Buster Posey to get a pitch he could hit out of the park. You see Posey, no leg kick, almost no stride, gets a changeup that catches too much of the plate. Yachty's set up off the plate. You see his glove come back over the plate. Anytime a catcher, when you're set up one side of the plate or the other and your glove goes back to the middle of the plate, it's a bad feeling. You just hope the guy misses it, because usually that ball ends up hit really hard somewhere for a hit.
Yeah, you move your glove like that, usually you're not finding the ball in it.
Yes, no, you're not. You just hope the guy fouls it off.
Right.
If you can. You wish you could just reach out and grab it before he can hit it.
Crawford now jams a base hit into left field, and the Giants for the first time tonight move a man into scoring position. So Posey and Crawford back-to-back singles. And last night's hero, Eduardo Nunez, coming up. Nunez really playing well for him right now. Settled into left field. Hitting around 400 over the last week. Ball that he hit last night off of the wall to win it with a double. That's the hardest hit ball of the year for him. 2 on, 1 out, no score. Ball 1. Segrist home with a 1-0, and Nunez pops it back. It's 1-1.
Before the at-bat, you see Nunez stepping in, Yachty looking around, looking at Segrist. You'll see him hold up a 2. See Segrist checking it out. That means they're probably using second sign, either second sign or after 2. You have to make sure the runner's not looking, the hitter's not looking, because the runner, Posey, who's also a catcher, will see that, and then they'll try to relay either the sign or the location to Nunez hitting. So it's a sly way to do it without having to go out to the mound and have a mound visit. You just have to make sure no one else sees it besides our cameras, obviously.
Here's the 1-1. Nunez hits another one foul. The Giants were involved in a little bit of controversy with that earlier this week against the Dodgers when Johnny Cueto was pitching and accused Yasmani Grandal of stealing signs. I think everybody agreed after the game that it's part of it, right?
It is part of it, and you have to do a good job of changing it and being able to change on the fly like Yadi just did. You can also look at your guy, and a lot of teams will use taps and things like that to change it on the. You can change the signs as long as you discuss it before the game.
A 1-2. Hooked into left, a base hit. They give the wave to Posey, and then a late stop sign from Nevin as the left fielder Grichuk guns it in. So they're loaded up with one out.
See Posey with the lead. Base hit. Froze just for a second, but Grichuk has a good arm. Grichuk picks it up, and Posey hadn't hit third yet, so a good stop by Phil Nevin. There's a good chance that he would have been thrown out of the plate, and you cannot take the chance with one out. Lefty on the mound, Christian Arroyo coming up, a right-handed hitter that you can't get the guy thrown out of the plate right there. You have to take your best shot with Arroyo up and Segrist on the mound and hope that the young kid can come through and at least hit a sac fly. With a catcher on third and not known for his wheels, going to have to hit a good one.
How about our first mound visit coming in the 13th inning?
That's impressive for any baseball game. The 13th inning. Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach, finally had to trot out there and speak to a pitcher.
So it's on the shoulders of the kid. Christian Arroyo is 0 for 4 today. 3 times he's grounded out. 1 fly out. Number of ways to get the job done here. Fastball for a strike. Giants love this kid's maturity. Only 21. He waits on an 0-1. Just low, and the count evens up.
I guess it was low. I don't know. Looked like a pretty good pitch here from Segrist. Yadi does a good job of pulling it back up. And anytime you see a catcher hold it the way Yadi did, and as long as he did, you believe it's a strike. That ball's over the knee. I mean, that's been a strike the whole game.
So it's 1-1. Here it comes. Arroyo jams it foul, and it's 1-2. You know, Mike Matheny was thrown out of last night's game arguing balls and strikes. It was back-to-back nights that he was upset with a strike zone. Different series, different crew. But another borderline call there goes against his pitcher. With the bases loaded in a scoreless game in the 13th. A 1-2. Arroyo fouls it off to stay alive.
Just thinking, hit a fly ball. Just get a ball up, hit a fly ball to the outfield, and see what happens.
Another 1-2. Inside, and the count evens up.
The way they're working Arroyo right now, they have him set up for a back foot breaking ball, which Segrist has executed in these 2 innings that he's been out there. Now, the problem with that pitch is, though, it's a fly ball pitch, because if he throws it high enough, it's a lot easier for him to get it up in the air. So Yadi's going to go back in here probably with a fastball.
And Arroyo fouls it off. We'll do it again.
Trying to jam him, trying to get him hit either a strikeout or a weak ground ball. Again, they've thrown him all fastballs in. So as a young kid and as a hitter, in the back of your mind, I got to get it ready. I got to get it ready. And then if you're able to execute and drop a back foot curveball in, this should be a changeup.
On 2-2. Just barely got a piece, and it was. Posey, Crawford, and Nunez all singling. Giants came into the inning with 3 hits over the first 12 innings. They have 3 in a row to load the bases in a tie game in the 13th. And a guy who was in high school less than 4 years ago. Ready for the 8th pitch of this at-bat against Kevin Segrist.
Some gamemanship by Yadi right here. Just sitting back there doing nothing, making the young kid think a little bit. All right, let's just relax. Let this kid's mind go to work and try to talk him into either striking out or hitting a ground ball or a weak pop-up.
He's going to let him think some more?
Yes, absolutely. He's going out there. I don't know what there is to talk about unless maybe he's going to change signs right here or something, but he's trying to make Arroyo think about things. And I always love the old everyone cover their face trick, because what is Matt Carpenter saying right now? You think that Arroyo can read his lips?
Yeah. So plenty of time for Arroyo to think about this spot. First, Molina took his time putting the signs down. Then he called time and went out to the mound. Now we're ready to go for a 2-2 offering.
And they went no sign.
Huh. Ball 3 with nowhere to put it.
So Yachty gave no sign right there because Brandon Crawford's been out there for a while. Buster Posey was out there for a while. So they're thinking, hey, they have the signs. We can do something. So Yachty went out there and said, hey, no sign. Here's what we're doing. And then after that, we're going to go with this sign or this sequence of pitches.
The payoff. Arroyo rips it foul by Nevin in the coach's box, and it stays at 3-2. Tenth pitch of the AB coming. Bases loaded for the Giants. No score in the 13th. The 21-year-old Christian Arroyo ready for another 3-2. Fouls it back again.
What an at-bat. Guys on the bench for the Giants becoming delirious now. 13th inning, been here for a while. All the pitchers are back out from doing their work to pitch before the rain delay.
Set for another payoff. Pops it foul. As this at bat continues to go on, does the advantage go more to the pitcher or the hitter?
You want to say that it goes to the hitter, but Seegers has really done nothing except throwing fastballs in. He mixed in a changeup, and he hasn't done anything else. So at some point you think, hey, let's try a changeup or let's try a breaking ball, which he hasn't thrown him yet. So looks like a changeup grip in his glove right here.
And a fly ball to deep left center field that'll get the job done. Off the wall for Arroyo. He caps off an 11-pitch at bat with a tie-breaking 2-run double in the 13th.
What an at bat by the young kid. It was a changeup. Got too much at the plate. See Arroyo, I think he thinks he thought it was a home run. Just missed it, but he knew right away that, hey, that's enough to at least get one run home. But that was what we were talking about earlier. Like a changeup in a breaking ball is a fly ball pitch. If you don't throw it in a really good spot, in 3-2, you have to throw it for a strike because you can't walk him. So the young kid, what an at bat. Hats off to the kid in a huge situation, extra innings in St. Louis to come up there in that situation, have a double-digit pitch at bat, and just what a feeling. This is how you make fans, not only fans of your team, but also your teammates, just so proud of you and want you to be around. That's it.
Second time he's delivered for the Giants in the late innings with the bases loaded. their last road trip, unloading the bases with a double late in the game, and he does it to the Cardinals here in the 13th inning to start the scoring. Jonathan Broxton now comes in, and Nick Hundley bats. Still only one out. The infield pulled in for St. Louis. Hundley fouls off the first one. I said 11. It was a 12-pitch at bat for Christian Arroyo before he turned that one around. Doubled off the wall in left center. Chasing Seegers from the game, bringing on Broxton with a light rain falling.
An absolutely amazing, incredible at bat by Arroyo.
In the air to right. Piscotty moves over. He makes the catch. Here comes the throw. Not in time. Sacrifice fly from Nick Hundley brings home Nunez, and the Giants lead it 3-0.
Piscotty with a strong throw right here. Nick Hundley that'll get you high fives from your teammates. Fresh off the bench, pitch hitting, second and third, one out, just trying to hit a fly ball. Piscotty with a strong throw. I hate seeing guys slide in head first into home plate. It always drives me crazy because it's injury waiting to happen. But
Ruggiano now taking a ball. So the Giants go the first 12 innings of this game with only 3 hits. They have 3 runs on 4 hits here in the 13th. And if you're the Cardinals, you got to feel like this is one that has slipped away if you're unable to find a way in the bottom of the 13th. That would be back-to-back nights they let one slip away.
This is what the Giants do. They win these games. They have for the last, since 2010, since they won their first of 3 World Series. They win games that you don't think they can possibly win. And if you have 3 hits into the 11th and 12th inning, you don't think you're supposed to even be playing that long. And their pitchers did a great job of holding the Cardinals down until they were able to manufacture 3 runs here.
Broxton deals 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Cardinals will have 8, 9, and 1 coming up in the bottom of the 13th. They had their chances. Cardinals had runners in scoring position in the 4th, in the 7th, in the 9th, and in the 12th. Broxton's 1-2. Gets Ruggiano to finish the Giants in the 13th. But a 12-pitch at bat from the 21-year-old Christian Arroyo finishes with a 2-run double. They get the scoring going, and the Giants 3 outs away from their 7th win out of their last day. With a 2-run double to begin the scoring in this game here in the 13th, and our prevailing moment of the game sponsored by the Hartford, a 12-pitch at bat.
Just watch this at bat. Fastballs in, fastballs in, fastballs in, fastballs in, fighting them off. Fighting them off. Just fight it off. Any way to stay alive. Stay alive. We're at 2-2 here. Another fastball in. Change up. Foul ball. Now we're at 3-2. Another foul ball. Better swing. Another foul ball right on it. Another fastball in. Another good swing. Finally, 12 pitch. Changeup. Gets one up. Double to left center. Drives in two. Gives the Giants the lead.
And brings in Mark Melanson to try and protect it. Try to get his second save in as many games in this series. And pitching back-to-back nights after coming off of the DL with a forearm strain. 8-9-1 for St. Louis. Aledmys Diaz looks at strike one. So the Giants win that 17-inning game last week to get this current run started. They were 12-24 at that point. Is there anything to something like that sparking a team forward, or is that something that people like us up here just create?
No, there's definitely something to it. It just brings you together. It just brings your team together, because especially on the road, I think at home it's a little different. If you win it at home, you get to celebrate just with the walk-off homer. But on the road after the game, everything is better. The food tastes better. The shower feels better. The bed feels better. Everything just feels better.
Aledmys Diaz flies one to center. That's playable for Span, and the first out of the 13th. That's 17-inning win on Buster Posey's home run. That did come at AT&T Park and spark this stretch where the Giants have won 6 of 7, but they're now 2 outs away from having another similar win in 13, like you mentioned, on the road.
I love the sigh of relief when Buster Posey hit that. It wasn't excitement. It wasn't joy. It was just like, whew, we can go home and I can get ready for tomorrow's game.
Johnny Peralta pinch hitting here and slashing one down the right field line. That will sink in front of Ruggiano. So Peralta, since returning from the disabled list, 2 for 2 in a pinch hitting role. It's going to be a different role than he's ever played now that Jen Jerko has settled in at third. Peralta, obviously a career starter, former All-Star, is now going to be off of the bench for them.
Unless something's wrong with Colton Wong, as he left early today with an elbow strain. So maybe they think about if he's going to be out for some time. Not that I'm a doctor or know anything, and hope Colton Wong is okay. But if he's out for an extended time, then maybe Peralta slides into third. They move Jerko back to second. Diaz to second. Jerko is short, which he played last year for him. So there's options there.
Here's Fowler. If he can reach, Cardinals would bring the tying run up with Stephen Piscotty on deck.
Melanson's another cutter and curveball guy, which has become all the fad in Major League Baseball. Cutters in to lefties, curveballs to finish him off.
Coming inside 1-0 with that cutter and a jam shot to third. Arroyo double clutches and gets one, but late at first. It was Fowler that grounded into a game-ending double play last night, but legs this one out. And the Cardinals down to their final chance. Piscotty trying to keep it going. If he can get Carpenter to the plate, their team leader in home runs, would represent the tying run. Runner takes off on a ball. Posey will head out to talk to Melanson. The question becomes, if the Giants keep on rolling, did they dig themselves too deep a hole, or does this team have a chance to hang around, charge back, and hang around late in the season?
The Giants always seem to find ways to hang around. Every once in a while they'll run into a year where there's just too much to overcome, but you never count out Bruce Bochy. You never count out the Giants. They get Bumgarner back at some point. They find someone that can play the outfield. They get Pence back, and whether it's Nunez or Williamson or Ruggiano, whoever it is, and Span's back, Crawford's back now. So they have a good team. A lot of people expected them to go deep this year.
Here's a 1-0. That's a strike. And Bumgarner at this point, they're saying August at the earliest.
Now the key will be to be at 500 possibly, and they're close. They win this, they're 6 games under. They're right there, and that's one good week basically. And you get Bumgarner back, it'll give him a shot of adrenaline. It's like basically making a blockbuster trade.
Yeah.
You get a guy that's an ace, a proven guy that's pitched in World Series and won huge games and come out of the bullpen in World Series, and that'll give them a shot in the arm.
1-2.
But I don't think the Dodgers are going anywhere.
And the other thing is the West is so much deeper now with the Rockies and the Diamondbacks also looking legit.
You used to be able to just account, and this is going to sound terrible, but you used to be able to almost account the last couple of years that the Rockies and Diamondbacks were wins. You can count them as wins on your schedule, and the way they're playing and the way they've gotten off to a start, you can't do that anymore. So it's not automatic wins, and you're chasing wins if you're the Giants right now. That's the toughest part, is you're a quarter way in and you're chasing wins, and you got to find where wins can come from. But these kind of wins like tonight in the 17-inning game and the one last night are a start, and it's a spark, and it's a way to get the ball rolling.
1 strike from Arroyo being the hero in this one. Nunez scoring the 3rd run on a sacrifice fly from Hundley. Here's Melanson, home of the 1-2. Tries to lay off and does. Count evens.
Did he go? Did he go? Oof. I don't think that he went, but there was always an old wives' tale, an urban legend, that if you used a black bat, the umpires have a harder time seeing it. So you got more calls on check swings, and Piscotty has a half black bat. So I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I always used a black bat just because I thought they looked cooler than the natural colored bat. But there's always an old saying that if you use a black bat, an umpire has a harder time seeing the actual swing, and you get more check swing calls.
So he'll punch you out less?
I've heard that. I don't know if it's true. I've never asked an umpire that. Maybe we could sit down with some umpires and actually ask them that question, but they'll deny it. But they say because you don't see the glare or the shine as well.
Stay for 13 innings and you get some old tricks of the trade. Runner at second, 2 gone, 2 strikes on Piscotty, and here comes Melanson. Grounded foul. Mark Melanson, the biggest target this offseason for the Giants. The bullpen was such an issue last year. Had the best record in the National League, best record in baseball in the first half, but then the bullpen imploded in the second. One of the 5 worst records in baseball since the All-Star break last year. The pen has had a big part, big hand in that. Another 2-2. And another foul ball.
Melanson over the last few years has quietly been one of the best closers in baseball.
Yeah.
In Pittsburgh, kind of hitting in Pittsburgh a little bit, but he's had some really good years in runs and in long saves and big saves and long save streaks, and just a guy that people don't know about because he wasn't in a big market for so long, and now he's in San Francisco with a chance to really prove himself and try to get this team another World Series.
Yeah, to your point, he led the majors in saves from 2014 through 16.
And I guarantee you nobody would have guessed that.
Right.
If you would have said who did it, they would have Kenley Jansen or another closer.
Another foul. Piscotty putting on his best Christian Arroyo impression here.
It's a good feeling for that young man right there. Looking up Busch Stadium, his first trip to Busch Stadium, where against the Cardinals, and going to the 13th inning and get a huge hit like that is a nice feeling. And if they finish this off and they win the game, we'll go in there and just look in the mirror. Every once in a while you got to look in the mirror and say, man, that was fun tonight. That was what it's all about. And he'll be able to do that if they can get one more out.
8th pitch from Melanson to Piscotty. And it's ball 3. Posey was headed out there to celebrate.
Posey was running out to shake Melanson's hand.
Yeah. And Buster's ready for it to be done.
A little bit high, but again, we've talked about that, and that's been a strike the whole night. Vic Carapazza's been given that as strike, so you can't blame Buster for thinking that was a strike because he's seen that called.
So now the payoff to Piscotty. Floated to center, a base hit. This will score Fowler and bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Matt Carpenter. His double in the ninth. He tried to turn into a triple and was thrown out. That was to lead off the ninth inning. And getting some help from a fan who stuck around in the first row there.
The guy behind him was telling him, you can do it. Come on, Matt, you can do it. Get the head out on one of these cutters and buggy whip him to right field to tie the game up.
2 for 13 against Melanson lifetime.
I like righty's chances off Melanson because of his cutter. He cuts the ball in. You see Piscotty getting the hit to score their first run of the game. Obviously in the 13th inning, they're still down 2, but the ball, until you've actually faced a cutter as a hitter and know what it's like as a left-handed hitter with a righty throwing one in on your hands, you cannot explain it to anybody. Facing Mariano, and Melanson learned his cutter from Mariano, one of the best obviously of all time, and you just cannot explain it. It just comes in, it looks like a strike, and it just eats your hands up, and you swing at it and you think you're going to crush it. Next thing you know, you break your bat and you hit a weak ground ball or a weak pop-up.
First one, Carpenter takes ball 1. Leads the team with 8 home runs. Twice tonight, just barely missed. That double that he hit in the 9th was off of the wall and left. And in the 12th inning, flied out to the wall in center.
They're actually doing Carpenter a favor. The first pitch was away. You're obviously taught as a catcher not to get beat inside late in the game, but Melanson's best pitch is a cutter in under a lefty's hands. That was a backdoor cutter. If I'm catching, I understand that, hey, we don't want to get beat late in the game inside, but at the same time, my pitcher's best pitch is a cutter in, so we're going to have to go there at some point, and they're probably thinking, hey, Carpenter's looking for it, let's try to confuse him a little bit, but at some point, they're going to have to go with that pitch or a curveball in the dirt, which is usually his out pitch for strikeouts.
You're an old college football guy. Dance with the one who brung you.
Absolutely.
K. Royal would be that cutter in. 1 ball and 1 strike on Carpenter.
It looks like another backdoor cutter here that Posey just called.
Piscotty runs on ball 2. They throw down, and that is much closer play than you normally see when a runner gets that kind of a head start.
Posey right there is yelling at Brandon Belt, hey, keep him close. That's why he's kind of looking at him, clapping his hands like, if you just would have kept him a little bit closer, we probably could have thrown the Piscotty out at second and the game would be over. Most of the time as the base runner, you don't expect him to throw, especially since they're not holding him on here. He's yelling at Belt right now, trying to get the confusion out. Hey, keep him close. You can read his lips say, keep him close, keep him close. Because if he goes, he's throwing. Piscotty is stealing right there, thinking they're not going to throw because they didn't throw when Fowler went to second. So now, all of a sudden, Posey comes up. And it's closer than it probably should have been, but if Belt would have kept him close like Posey wanted, he could have been out and the game would have been over.
Carpenter ahead in the count, a 2-1. And a ground ball wide of the bag, 2-2. Here's Posey's reaction after this steal.
Piscotty running, looking in, because the last thing on earth he's expecting is the throw from Posey, because you just don't, you're down 2 in the 9th inning with 2 outs. Posey frustrated because he had already told him to keep him close, so he got a huge lead, and that's why he was safe. Not because of anything that Buster Posey did, but because he had already told him, hey, Brandon Belt, keep him close. We're throwing here.
Opens up first base, but you don't want to put Carpenter on and bring Jerko up representing the winning run. Melanson again, a strike away. The 2-2 in the dirt. The count is full.
You don't want to walk him right here, but you also don't want to give him anything good to hit. So it's one of those situations where as a catcher, you're always like, the pitching coach or the manager will be like, hey, be smart here. Don't give him anything good to hit, but don't walk him.
Yeah, right.
So what do you do? You have first base open. I know Matt Carpenter's the tying run. Jerko's on deck, but you got to go after him right here, I believe.
So are you coming in with the cutter?
I'm throwing a cutter in. Posey, I think, will probably go backdoor cutter because he's had control of it. I'm guessing they're going second sign, and he wants a backdoor cutter.
Here it comes.
Fly
foul, and it was. They're refusing to come in on Carpenter.
They are. The scouting report obviously says on Matt Carpenter, do not pitch him in. You do not want to throw him a cutter in to make a mistake a little bit out over the plate that he can hit. But as a left-handed hitter, it's just so hard to get inside of a cutter in and keep it fair and hit it with any authority.
Seen a lot of long at-bats here in the 13th inning. Arroyo put the Giants in front on the 12th pitch of his. This will be the 7th to Carpenter. Fly ball to center. This should do it. Denard's span is there. The Giants, 1 week after winning in 17, win in 13 as Christian Arroyo provides the game-winning hit in the top of the inning. 3-1 the final score. Giants have won 7 of 8. We'll wrap things up from St. Louis right after these messages.